Chapter 1121. The battlefield of the 100,000 mountains was actually not very far away, only more than 800 kilometers away. In other words, the reason why the war giants didn't live in the mountains was that they guarded the border between the 100,000 mountains and the sea. The giant leader led more than 200 giants running all the way, shaking the earth and mountains wherever they passed. Han Fei and Shimin Linglan were sitting on Shan Tu's shoulder, running as fast as lightning. Shan Tu hummed, "Brother, remember, don't attack when you get to the battlefield. It's very chaotic there." Shimin Linglan asked, "Shan Tu, can you describe what the battlefield looks like?" Shimin Linglan had never seen a battlefield before. She only knew that there were strong masters fighting in the sea in City U. It was said that sometimes the sea was overturned and it was like a Ishura battlefield. Shan Tu said innocently, "That's terrible. There are many huge creatures, and the huge waves they make are even comparable to the mountain giants. However, the war giants are not bad either. We have the protection of the god of war. We can fight." Shimin Linglan sighed. Rather than letting Shan Tu describe the battlefield, she might as well see it herself. She found that most of the giants were similar to Han Fei. As for the mountain giants, she had never seen them, but she thought they must be very tall. He estimated that it would be as big as a few mountains. Only then could it be called a mountain giant, right? After running for about 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw a large sea of spiritual plants. "Zhan Xiao, aren't you guarding the war giants?" Before they entered this forbidden area, they saw vines rising and a green lotus blooming in the middle. The voice came from this green lotus. The giant leader said, "An oracle has come. Master Priest ordered us to go to the battlefield and find the giant king." "An oracle?" The green lotus was swaying. It seemed to be surprised. The spiritual plants opened a path. "I got it. Let's go." When Han Fei and the others stepped into the second half of the spiritual plants, they found that there were a large number of insect and marine shellfish remains here. Many of the colorful flowers and vines were also destroyed. Perhaps it could be said that the moment they arrived, they had already arrived at the battlefield. A large number of creatures rushed through the battlefield and broke into the spiritual plants. However, in this era where spirit plants also had intelligence and were very powerful, none of the creatures that managed to make it through the battlefield could break through the sea of spirit plants. Along the way, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan also saw many shellfish creatures charging into the 100,000 mountains. Roar! Unfortunately, under the feet of a group of giants, those who were lucky enough to break through the defensive line were swept away by a group of giants with huge axes and maces. Some were even directly trampled to death. When a large group of giants climbed to the top of a mountain and looked down from a towering cliff not far away, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan instantly sat up straight. The two of them looked at the scene in the distance in disbelief. Although it seemed to be far away, they could see an incomparably huge giant. Half of his body was submerged in the sea. A large hand pulled out a shark that was dozens of meters long from the sea. With just a squeeze of one hand, the shark was crushed. Bang! As the palm slapped the surface of the water, waves surged and surged in all directions. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. Countless creatures were killed by this slap. Is this the mountain giant? Shimin Linglan's eyes widened. How could she compare Shan Tu to the mountain giant? However, it was too exaggerated. There was no way they could compare. That would be a few hundred meters high. In addition to the shock that the mountain giant gave them, the sky was full of big birds. Almost every moment, they could see big birds swooping down, clawing with sharp claws, piercing with sharp beaks, sweeping with blade-like wings, or sweeping with wind blades. Being so far away, Han Fei and the others naturally couldn't see how the creatures in the sea were killed. However, Han Fei could sense it. Every time the big birds attacked, almost a marine creature would die. Of course, although birds could fly, marine creatures weren't all weaklings. Some octopuses even tried to catch a big bird before they died. Once the bird was caught, once it fell into the sea, it would never be able to fly again. A large number of marine creatures would pounce on it and pull it to the bottom of the sea. "Huh!" Shan Tu shouted, we've arrived at the battlefield. A group of giants, like a group of lunatics, rushed to the cliff and jumped down. The giant leader took the lead and shouted, "Protect the distinguished guests. We'll not fight." Sean too also rushed to the cliff while howling. This cliff was like a 1,000-year-old cliff. It was more than 2,000 meters tall and abnormally steep. However, for these giants, it was nothing at all. Figures fell from the sky one after another. Thud, thud, thud every time they landed. It caused a turbulence which was very exciting. In midair, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan finally saw the scene of the battlefield. In fact, there was also a camp here. The battle was not going on all the time. Many giants were eating seafood near the bottom of the cliff. Some giants were fighting on the beach, and many giants were attacking on the sea. Han Fei and the others were familiar with, such as War King's 8 Flash, War Fistlight, Mountain Defense Formation, and all kinds of powerful killer moves bombarded the sea. The giants in battle couldn't be compared with the giants in daily life at all. They were a group of lunatics, like madmen who had ignited their bloodline or gone berserk. They were the kind of people who fought wildly and killed everything in their way. Of course, although the combat power of the giants was terrifying, it didn't mean that they were invincible. Relatively speaking, the speed of the giants was relatively slow. Although their combat power was fast, once they were entangled and attacked by many creatures, it was common for them to be injured. "Zhan Qiu, why are you here?" "Zhan Qiu, are you crazy? Why did you bring so many people here?" "Asshole, we don't need the support of our tribe anymore. We have enough people." "Huh? Are these two little guys humans?" Many giants who were eating suddenly stood up and stared at the giant leader. They were all talking at once and breathing heavily. This was what they had discussed before they came. Someone must stay here, just in case. Wakaru, the giant leader, Zhan Qiu roared, his voice like thunder. "The oracle has come. If our tribe doesn't perish, we will win this battle." Roar, roar, roar. The 200 giants that followed Han Fei and Shimin Linglan suddenly roared in a rhythmic manner. The roaring made Han Fei and Shimin Linglan's head spin. It seemed that it was not good to be too loud. What? The oracle has come? Huh? The oracle? Is the god of war coming back? Roar! For a moment, all the giants on the battlefield heard it, including the mountain giant in the deep sea. It turned its head and burst out with an earth-shattering roar. When a mountain giant roared, it hammered its hands, and terrifying energy gathered on its fists. Like a heavenly fist, it blasted on the sea. Rumble. Under the hammer, the sea erupted, and huge waves hundreds of meters high rushed in all directions at an incredible speed. When the giant leader shouted, "The oracle has come, we will win this battle," the whole battlefield was in an uproar. The battlefield of the war giants actually stretched far away. What Han Fei could see was the battle within 100 kilometers. But in Han Fei's perception, it was all the battlefield. Needless to say, it was also a battlefield. But the news of the oracle has come, we will win this battle, was popping out of every giant's mouth. This news was like a fire in a winter night, igniting the entire battlefield in an instant. At that moment, the giants who were still eating grabbed the mace, giant axe, and saber around them and re-entered the battlefield. No one doubted what Zhan Qiu said. The giants' thinking was simple. If their tribe said the oracle had come, they had come. And although Zhan Qiu and the others couldn't understand the oracle, however, the oracle appeared, and the hope in their hearts came back. It could be said that the momentum of the three armies was earth-shaking because of this sentence. A tsunami broke out, but it couldn't really hit the giants at all. The waves instantly drowned Han Fei and the others, slapping on the towering cliff, creating huge waves. Han Fei protected Shimin Linglan and scratched his head. "Is this the battlefield?" Zhan Qiu originally wanted to shout, "I'm here to find the king." But before he could shout, all the giants were stimulated by his words and went crazy. When the waves dispersed, Zhan Qiu finally realized what had happened. The more than 200 giants behind him breathed heavily. It must be known that on the battlefield, emotions were contagious. When all the giants were fighting crazily, they also couldn't help it. However, they also knew in their hearts that they were not here to fight. but to protect Han Fei, so they couldn't attack casually. Shimin Linglan had never seen such a scene before. Half of the mountain giant's body was several hundred meters tall, yet a single attack from it was enough to create such a terrifying tsunami. In the boiling sea, the giant with a big axe slashed the sea, and the roar that sounded like a war horn made even her, an intermediate hanging fisher, feel her heart skip a beat. Gulp! Shimin Linglan swallowed and exclaimed exactly the same as Han Fei. So, this is the battlefield. On the sea, Han Fei saw a giant's muscles bulging and directly tearing a big crab in half. There was also a giant who opened his mouth and bit down on a serpent, tearing off a piece of flesh. There was even a giant with a bloody aura on his body. He hammered a muscle with his mace and smashed it into pieces. Zhang Xiu was stunned for a long time. Finally, he came to himself and shouted, "My king, are you there? My king!" Deep in the sea, a huge white clam was floating on the sea. A beautiful woman was standing inside the mussel. She was wearing a milky white dress that covered 100 meters and covered the entire mussel. Near this big clam, there was a one-horned shark on which stood a fish man with sharp teeth, holding 2 revolving blades in his hands. There was also a mermaid standing on the sea, holding a long spear and looking into the distance. Behind them, there was a large group of backup shrimp soldiers and crab generals, black turtles, and blade man arrays. The woman in the clam said casually, "Oracle? Didn't the gods fall 30,000 years ago? How could there be an oracle?" The fish man said coldly, "It must be a scam of the war giants. They just want to boost morale." The mermaid man shook his head gently. "The war giants won't play such tricks. Once can boost morale, but what about twice? With their brains, the price of disappointment is much higher than a moment of excitement." The woman in the clam was silent for a while and suddenly looked into the sky. "Giant King, you are here, right? Ha ha ha." Swish, the sky was torn apart. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. "Little clam monster, your intuition is quite accurate. I heard the news and immediately informed the Beast King and the others. Did you hear that? You want to enter the 100,000 mountain with an oracle? Look at who you are." The clam girl sneered. 30,000 years ago, the gods fell and all races died. Who doesn't know that? Now, your war clan wants my sea clan to retreat just because of a groundless oracle? A 40-meter tall man with bulging muscles, like a super muscular giant, jumped out of the void. Boom! The giant king stood proudly in the sea with 2 square war hammers in his hands. The war race never lies. If we say it's an oracle, it must be an oracle. Little girl, you are 3 mid-level venerables. Are you going to attack us by force? Before the clam girl could reply, the fish-headed man pointed at the giant king and said, "The vast ocean will be conquered by the sea race. When the giant deep-sea demons come, you will be nothing but clowns." Roar! The giant king roared. "Where did this fish-headed kid come from? If you are so capable, ask the deep-sea demons to come. Let's see if the 100,000 mountain is afraid of him." The fish-headed man bared his teeth. "I am looking forward to the day when the 100,000 mountain is destroyed." At this moment, the mermaid man said lightly, "There are humans among the war giants? It seems that you have started to make contact with humans, but it also means that you are starting to feel guilty." The giant king sneered. "What can 2 kids mean? When did the 100,000 mountain ever need the help of humans? So to fight or not to fight?" The mermaid man looked at the clam girl. Retreating without fighting is not the style of the sea race. The clam girl's eyes were cold. She slowly raised her hand and said firmly, "Attack." When the clam girl gave the order, hundreds of serpents roared and rolled on the surface of the sea. The prawn soldiers and crab generals all entered the water. The giant king roared, "You are courting death." The 2 war hammers in the giant king's hands flashed with lightning. The world was like a hammer that suddenly smashed down. Star Realm. Blood explosion. Azure wave strike. The 3 venerables attacked at the same time. A green jade space instantly isolated the space. In an instant, the giant king fought the 3 venerables alone. Roar! When the green jade space was about to be sealed, the giant king roared, "Mountain divine art, war, god horn. Launch an all-out attack." The giant king's voice reverberated in the void. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a mountain-like ape hit the sea and roared, "All beasts attack. Kill your way into the sea." In the sea, a giant fish that was more than 1,000 meters long leaped out of the water. The moment it came out of the water, its fins turned into wings, and its scales turned into feathers. It soared up and turned into a bird that blocked the sun and the sky. The sky race, devour the world. Launch an all-out attack. On the other side of the battlefield, vines and grasses covered the sea, and countless white flowers were blooming. Heavenly vines were uprooted into the sea. Nine-headed snake grass was moving mountains. The fragrance of konjac spread for thousands of miles, and billions of butterflies covered the sea. A crisp voice echoed, "The Demonoplant clan, launch an all-out attack." Speaking of which, Zhang Xiu shouted several times in the same place, but no one responded. So he said to them, "My king is either fighting with the Beast King or fighting with the Beast King. He will definitely respond." As soon as Zhang Xiu said that, a thunderous voice echoed in the void. "Mountain divine art, war, god horn. Launch an all-out attack." Zhang Xiu was dumbfounded. An all-out attack? Almost all the war giants on the battlefield roared, "All-out attack. Kill!" In Han Fei's perception, another mountain giant appeared. It was 1,000 meters tall, holding a large, curved horn in its hand, and blew at the sky. Woo! Woo! Wherever the sound wave passed, all the giants who were shrouded suddenly had a stronger aura. Not just the war giants, but even Han Fei and Shimin Linglan felt warm, and their strength was increasing. Han Fei felt that he was much stronger and seemed to have the combat power of a peak-level hidden fisher. Shimin Linglan's improvement was even greater. She was directly pulled into the realm of a hidden fisher. The mountain giant below them roared, its muscles bulging, and explosive power overflowed from its body. The mountain giant in the sea began to stride into the sea. After striding for dozens of kilometers, it suddenly disappeared into the sea. Then, the sea rose, and a mountain emerged from the water. The terrifying energy tore the seawater apart. The gigantic mountain giant had already leaped into the air with the mountain on its back. Gudu! Both Han Fei and Shimin Linglan swallowed. The mountain giant was so big. How could it jump? At this moment, it leaped tens of thousands of meters, carried the mountain, and smashed the mountain into the deep sea. In short, the moment the horn of the war god sounded, the whole battlefield went crazy. In the distance, there was a nuclear explosion. Nearby, vines spread down from the cliff. In the sky, thousands of birds swooped down as if they were committing suicide. Zhang Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he forcibly suppressed his fighting spirit. "Don't move. Protect the honored guests." Bam! 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 Rip! Bam! 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 Han Fei saw a big octopus clinging to a war giant, a centipede curling its body, a big fish biting its waist, and a pair of pincers clamping its feet. Rip! The giant tore the octopus with both hands, and the mace flashed with a strange light, smashing the big fish to death. It opened its big mouth and bit through the body of the centipede. Gotcha! However, the giant failed to resist the pincers, and one of its legs was clamped open. The mace hammered the big crab 3 times in a row, smashing it into pieces. But after that, the giant also knelt in the sea. Then, giant pythons coiled around it, and big bugs bit it. No matter how hard the giant struggled and tore apart many creatures, it couldn't stand up in the end. Han Fei was shocked. He was very anxious. Shan Tu and the others were also very anxious. Han Fei clenched his fists, scratched his head, and looked at Shimin Linglan from time to time. Shimin Linglan gritted her teeth, and her face was dark. She knew that Han Fei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As long as she said the word, Han Fei would definitely rush to the battlefield. However, she didn't want to say anything. Although she had never seen a battlefield before, The situation in front of her wasn't something that one or two people could control. However, seeing Han Fei's anxious look, she couldn't bear to refuse. Shimin Linglan was also anxious. She didn't know what to do. No, Wang Han is an idiot. He doesn't know anything. After taking a few deep breaths, Shimin Linglan suddenly said to Zhang Xiu, I can help, but Senior Zhang Xiu must protect Wang Han. Zhang Xiu's eyes were bloodshot from the god of Warhorn. If he wasn't strong enough to suppress himself, he would have rushed out already. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu shouted, I will protect him personally. Sigh. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei deeply, and a sad expression appeared on her face. Go. But remember, you're only allowed to save people. You are not allowed to fight. You are not allowed to die. If you die, I will die too. Han Fei nodded. He jumped onto the ground and stomped on the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, the coiled turtle formations appeared. A large spirit gathering formation protected her, and a killing formation surrounded her. Before leaving, he didn't forget to protect Shimin Linglan. Zhang Xiu held his axe and pointed at Shan Tuesday. Shan Tu, guard this place. If a single strand of hair falls, I will kill you. Wah! Shan Tu was already prepared to run. However, after being pointed at by Zhang Xiu, his breathing became unstable. An 18-meter-tall giant was actually bawling his eyes out. Because of Shimin Linglan's decision, a strange scene suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They watched as a tiny human spread its glassy wings and flew on the surface of the sea. Behind him, more than 100 giants rushed forward and crushed everything in their way. Wherever they passed, there were broken bodies everywhere. No creature could stop them. A peak-level hidden fisher, had a great record. In just a few days of fighting, he had killed more than 100 creatures and torn apart a beginner law enforcer lobster. The blade of his axe was bent. Just now, he tore apart 3 big octopuses, 2 sea scorpions, and a big centipede. His legs had been bitten out of shape. He knew that maybe in 100 seconds, he would fall into the sea and never come out again. However, he didn't panic at all. He could still kill a group of sea creatures, and his kids could still live. It would be great if he could eat meat every day. When he was about to fight, he saw the waves surging and a palm-sized human leading hundreds of people came roaring over. Isn't there too many of them? A 6 was dumbfounded. Is this guy here to help me? I don't need so many people on my side. Swish! Swish! The person at the front suddenly appeared, and 2 white beams of light fell directly. A 6 only felt that his strength was returning, and his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huh. Sacrifice to the holy light? In the eyes of giants, they could recover quickly if they were injured. However, only a giant shaman would be able to recover so quickly. Before A6 could react, he saw more than 100 people sweeping wildly, directly killing all the sea creatures within 100 meters. Before A6 could ask, Han Fei had already flown away. Behind Han Fei, Zhang Xiu shouted, "Follow him to the next place." Swish! In this area, only A6 was dumbfounded. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I don't have to die. After thinking about it, A6 roared and rushed to the new creatures that emerged not far away again. Han Fei remembered Shimin Linglan's words. One person was useless on such a large battlefield, but he could save people. Han Fei had never thought about where the spiritual energy came from. Anyway, he felt that he had a lot of spiritual energy. Besides, for some reason, he always felt that he was absorbing the spiritual energy on this battlefield. In Shimin Linglan's eyes, Han Fei had already disappeared. Therefore, Shimin Linglan kept asking Shan Tuesday Shan to turn from a law enforcement giant into an artificial map. They're 80 kilometers to the east. Good job. Zhang Xiu is really powerful. Not good. There's a law enforcement lobster, and the lobster has been killed. Not good. There's a law enforcement centipede, and the centipede has been killed. Shimin Linglan was speechless, and then she heard Shan Tu talking next to her. Every time Shan Tu mentioned law enforcement creatures, her heart would tighten. However, the next sentence Shan Tu said was that law enforcement something had been killed. This made Shimin Linglan feel relieved. This at least meant that Zhang Xiu and the others had been protecting Han Fei, and the law enforcement powerhouses shouldn't be able to hurt Han Fei. Rumble. The mountain giant was besieged by 3 Tao-seeking state creatures, which were at the level of explorers. However, the mountain giants were much stronger than they had imagined. They seemed to have indestructible bodies. Their loud roars were accompanied by rolling thunder, like an N-level shockwave. Even the explorers couldn't do anything to them. In particular, the mountain giants were also hungry, but they didn't panic. When fighting, they could randomly grab a creature and stuff it into their mouths, replenishing their energy while fighting. After only half an hour, Han Fei and the others ran out of Shan Tu's perception range. For some reason, Han Fei felt that he was very used to this kind of battlefield. When he rushed all the way, it was inevitable that he would be attacked by creatures, so Han Fei had a long knife array around him to clear the way. None of the creatures at the level of Hidden Fisher could resist Han Fei's attack. Once he encountered a law enforcement creature, Zhang Xiu would take action and cleave the way with his axe. Han Fei couldn't remember how many giants he had saved, but whenever he saw an injured one, he would cast the divine healing technique on it. Even Zhang Xiu was surprised. Could human beings have infinite spiritual energy? Less than half an hour later, when a large number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals came to him from the sea, Han Fei suddenly stopped. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Han Fei suddenly covered his head. In his memory, he seemed to have seen such creatures more than once. Zhang Xiu thought that Han Fei was exhausted. Immediately, Zhang Xiu shouted, "Turn back, turn back." Zhang Xiu, who had run for more than 2,000 kilometers, carried Han Fei on his shoulder and led the group of people to run back crazily. A giant shouted, "He must be hungry. He looks like he's going to faint from hunger. I'll kill a big shrimp to nourish him later." An orc took out a large piece of jerky out of nowhere and stuffed it in front of Han Fei while running. "Brother, meat." Han Fei shook his head and looked at the hard-roasted fish. He immediately lost his appetite. Han Fei said, "I'm not hungry." "Huh?" Zhang Xiu quickly said, "Boy, you've consumed too much energy. You need a rest. Even a giant wouldn't be able to withstand the holy light that you cast. Listen to me. Let's go back first." Whether Han Fei was willing or not, Zhang Xiu carried Han Fei and ran all the way. At this time, in the distance, a mountain giant roared and was fighting a weird 3-headed dragon python beast. The 3 giant dragons were also quite large, but they weren't even at the Exalt realm, and their strength was roughly on par with that of the mountain giant. Huh! One of the dragon heads bit the mountain giant's arm, dripping with blood, and the mountain giant punched one of the heads while roaring at the other head. A giant and a behemoth were rolling in the sea. None of the creatures nearby dared to approach them, because they might be crushed to death if they were not careful. Han Fei was carried and looked over, only to see that the scorching dragon's breath was spewing out, and the mountain giant was holding a dragon's neck with each hand, roaring at the dragon head in the middle, and then the two began to bite each other. The 2 dragons' necks were almost crushed by the mountain giant. However, the mountain giant's chest and neck were almost torn apart too. Huh! God's roar! In Han Fei's round eyes, he saw that the mountain giant suddenly glowed with a golden light, and it opened its arms to both sides. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 dragon heads were torn off by the mountain giant. If it were the old Han Fei, he would have cursed at this scene. This power was too terrifying. The mountain giant grabbed the last head of the 3-headed dragon python with both hands and slapped it on the surface of the sea. In that scene, the creatures that were hundreds of meters away were clapping and exploding on the surface of the sea. Every bombardment was accompanied by a tsunami. While running, Zhang Xiu shouted, "The mountain giants are very strong. Even the venerables dare not say that they can kill them at once. In the same realm, it is very difficult for any living being to kill them." However, as soon as Zhang Xiu said that, Han Fei suddenly disappeared and landed on the surface of the sea. The coiled turtle array rose crazily. Han Fei looked at the 3-headed dragon in the distance. "Explode!" Zhang Xiu shouted. "Come on, block in front of Wang Han. Mountain defense array." Huh! rumble just when Han Fei drew a great plate turtle array, and when Zhang Xiu and the others pushed out a mountain defense array together. A violent explosion released dazzling white light, and the roar was earth-shattering. Almost in an instant, huge waves and storms swept over 100 kilometers. All the creatures in this sea area, whether they were shrimp soldiers, crab generals, or lone war giants, melted in this terrifying explosion. Han Fei and the others were about 50 kilometers away from the explosion. However, at this moment, they still felt the appalling power. Zhang Xiu and the others were retreating. The mountain defense array was full of cracks, and the storm was still raging. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the mountain defense grand array lasted for 8 breaths of time before shattering. But at this moment, the Great Plate Turtle array rose, and with continuous cracking sounds, 6 arrays were broken in a row. Just when the 7th array was about to be broken, Han Fei suddenly found that Zhang Xiu roared, and a group of war giants gathered together against the storm, protecting Han Fei in it. Crack, crack, crack. But in less than 2 minutes, the Great Plate Turtle array was blown up. Puff! Many giants vomited blood, and their flesh and blood were scorched. The mountain defense array was about to be activated, but it was blown up as soon as it appeared. While setting up the array, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on Zhang Xiu and the others. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't know how many divine healing techniques he had used, but it lasted for more than 2 minutes. Although the aftermath was fierce, it was not fatal. Except for Zhang Xiu, the other giants all lay in the sea, exhausted. Zhang Xiu supported his body and shook his head. When he saw Han Fei, he grinned. "I'm glad you're okay." Han Fei looked into the distance. "He's seriously injured." Han Fei was referring to the mountain giants. After all, those who could cause such a violent explosion were at least peak-level explorers, or even higher. 50 kilometers away, there was such a strong impact. How could the mountain giants in the center not be injured? Zhang Xiu was about to stop Han Fei when he saw Han Fei disappear with a swish. He activated the agility of wind and rushed to the center of the explosion at an incredible speed. Zhang Xiu and the others were not seriously injured, but they were a little exhausted. After all, Han Fei had given them a lot of divine healing technique. Zhang Xiu pounded the ground with his hands, suddenly got up, and ran after him. Han Fei stood on the chest of the mountain giant. He was blasted to a place only 20 kilometers away from the sea by the terrifying explosion. With Han Fei's speed, he might not be able to reach it in the blink of an eye, but it would only take him a few minutes. And this was the first time Han Fei looked at this giant at such a close distance. His skin was as hard as a mountain rock. Even if he was seriously injured, his vitality was still terrifying. The mountain giant's big face was badly mutilated. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique crazily, and Han Fei's figure flickered in the air. Every place that was seriously injured was always accompanied by the divine healing light. However, the effect was not as good as that of ordinary giants. Perhaps because the mountain giant was too strong, one of its big eyes slowly moved at this moment, as if it wanted to look at Han Fei. However, because it was too seriously injured, it couldn't move. Han Fei had never encountered such a situation. The divine healing technique was effective, but it was equivalent to using the power of the most law enforcers to save a huge creature that was comparable to a venerable. Almost out of instinct, Han Fei chose to give up this method of treatment. He jumped to the sea and stretched out his hand, and an oval water ball gradually enveloped the mountain giant. When Zhang Xiu arrived, he looked around vigilantly with his giant axe, guarding Han Fei and the mountain giant. It was very easy for Han Fei to control water to a kilometer. Above the ball of water, waves rippled as rays of godly healing light descended. Hundreds of rays of godly healing light were thrown into the ball of water, which was filled with dense vitality. Zhang Xiu roared, "Brother, are you done? A creature is coming." The fall of the mountain giant was of great significance. Han Fei had only treated it for less than half an hour. How could it be so fast? After all, a law enforcer couldn't heal an explorer. Besides, Han Fei was not a real law enforcer. In the sky, a dense flock of birds began to swoop down. On the shore, the 100 giants were stuffing jerky into their mouths while sprinting at Han Fei. Huh! More than 100 giants lined up and turned into a human wall, blocking Han Fei and the mountain giant. Vines emerged from the water, dragging the water ball, trying to pull the mountain giant to the shore. Han Fei continued to cast the divine healing technique, occasionally looking at the giants, the big birds in the sky, and occasionally at the vines. Suddenly, he felt that the creatures in the 100,000 mountains were not bad. The third chapter. Each chapter is 9,000 words, which is equivalent to 9 chapters in a row. It's not too much to ask for a monthly vote, is it? Into this chapter. Chapter 1122. With the mountain giant as a landmark, the birds of the sky clan tore apart half of the sea ahead. However, Han Fei had no time to be distracted at this moment. He had cast a lot of divine healing technique into the water and applied it to the mountain giant. Han Fei's treatment made the surface injuries of the mountain giant recover rapidly. Many of the giants were dumbfounded by this scene. Han Fei was such a young man, yet he could even deal with the mountain giant? However, Han Fei used to treat human beings, and the war giant's healing speed was not that fast anymore. What others saw was just a superficial phenomenon. Therefore, if he wanted to heal quickly, he had to continue casting the divine healing technique. On the mountain giant's side, although its external injuries were recovering quickly, it didn't feel anything until half an hour later. After all, the recovery of the flesh didn't play a decisive role. At this time, Zhang Xiu and the others had already started fighting. The mountain giant was already able to raise an arm, and he even twisted his head twice. Zhang Xiu roared, "We can't go on like this. Are there any strong masters to support us?" In the sky, a crisp bird cry sounded. Reinforcements are already coming. 2 explorers have been stopped. Demonic Plant Clan, hurry up. At this moment, the mountain giant had been dragged to about 10 kilometers offshore. In the sky and in the sea, fierce battles had already broken out. A green lotus bloomed, and 7 lotus seeds turned into swords of light, besieging a big lobster. In the sky, an eagle pounced on a snake with thousands of feathers like swords. In the domain, a giant python spewed flames and fought fiercely. On this side, the mountain giant was gradually able to move slightly, and its recovery speed was getting faster and faster. It seemed that the strong masters of the Sea Clan were also anxious. A large number of starry sea flying fish broke through the waves and flashed in the void. Although many of them were blocked by the big birds, more than half of them flashed over. In addition to the starry sea flying fish, many insects drilled from the bottom of the sea and rushed out of the nearby sea. Living beings from all directions seemed to be converging here. The death of a mountain giant was definitely a huge victory. After all, in a sense, the mountain giant could be regarded as half a venerable, or rather, a venerable with a physical body. How many venerables were there in the 100,000 mountains? The total number of mountain giants was less than 100. The death of such an expert was of great significance. One of the starry sea flying fish flew through the air for dozens of kilometers and arrived at the coastal area. It opened its mouth and a huge clam flew out. Not good, explorer. Some explorers tried to use this method to break through the layers of blockades, and it succeeded. As soon as the clamshell opened, the vortex that looked like a black hole was mainly aimed at Han Fei, because Han Fei was the only one who could heal. Without Han Fei, the mountain giant would probably be dead now. Pu. Pearls flew out of the muscle one after another, accompanied by demonic sounds. Zhang Xiu, protect Wang Han. A war giant jumped out and stood in front of Han Fei. In the end, in that instant, thousands of pearls exploded, and like scalding arrows, they directly pierced through the giant. In an instant, his body was riddled with holes. No! Han Fei yelled and tried to flash over, but he was pushed back by a blast of air, and then vines entangled him. Humph! A mere clam demon. A giant hammer suddenly protruded from the void. With a shake of the hammer, the explorer-level clam demon was smashed into pieces. The poor clam demon must have had a lot more abilities to perform, but it was hammered to death after killing a war giant. When the sledgehammer descended, it also sealed the void around it so that the attack wouldn't hurt the people around. The phantom of the giant king illuminated the void and laughed aloud. Do you really think the three of you can stop me? Fishhead, I'm going to smash you. Many people raised their heads, only to see that half of the sky had been turned into a giant hammer. The void was split apart. First, two giant wheels were shattered, and then a gigantic shark's head was smashed by the hammer and exploded at that moment. The void crack formed a vortex, and Han Fei seemed to see the rebirth of a drop of blood. However, it was soon suppressed by the giant king. Rumble! The sky was covered in blood. The venerable level expert died, and the clouds were dyed with blood. The weather suddenly changed, and the wind howled as if the sky were crying. Almighty my king! Huh! Kill! The giant king laughed. You three don't dare to provoke the beast king. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Since you're here, don't leave. A jade-colored barrier blocked the void, but it was smashed by the giant king's punch. The sledgehammer was raised again, and thunder rumbled. Kacha, retreat! As a cold voice echoed, the members of the sea races all began to retreat. Retreat, retreat. Shantu, is Wang Han back? Shimin Linglan had asked this question 100 times. Shantu smashed a crab that tried to escape and said in a low voice, Not yet, but we won. However, our race has won. The oracle is right. Let's go find him. Shimin Linglan pulled out the twin knives from the body of a big scorpion and jumped on Shantu's shoulder. Okay. The giant king killed a venerable level expert, and the whole race cheered. In the void, a voice echoed. Old Goo, why did you only kill one? The giant king roared at the void. Why don't you try? I seriously injured one. As he spoke, the giant smashed the sea with his sledgehammer and cursed, The venerables can run, but the rest can stay here. Wave after wave of tsunamis pounced on the mountain giant. The explorers could tear the void to escape, but the law enforcers couldn't. They were all smashed to death by the sky-reaching giant hammer one by one. Wang Han, Shantu was running wildly. Shimin Linglan stood on Shantu's shoulder and rushed to Han Fei. Han Fei looked back, scratched his head, and smiled. Brother, I'm coming. Shimin Linglan jumped off Shantu's shoulder and kicked Han Fei's calf. Where did you go? Han Fei chuckled and pointed at the mountain giant. At this moment, the big man could barely stand up. Because the battle here was over, Han Fei didn't continue healing. At this moment, he knew that the divine healing technique couldn't be healed instantly. His healing should be enough. He had to wait for the mountain giant to recover for a while. After all, the battle was over. What was there to be afraid of? Just now, because the battle was fierce, Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique. Thud, thud, thud. Elsewhere, a mountain giant came over. Seeing that the mountain giant was fine, it sat in the sea, picked up a handful of remains of marine creatures, and began to stuff them into its mouth. Shimin Linglan looked around and took Han Fei's hand. Are you all right? Han Fei nodded. I'm fine. Shimin Linglan let out a sigh of relief. Trying to show off? Look at how badly injured the mountain giant is. How strong are you? Bam! While Shimin Linglan was scolding Han Fei, the ground shook again. A giant more than 40 meters tall smashed the ground with 2 war hammers. My king, Zhan Xiu shouted. My king, the oracle appeared. The giant king was looking at Han Fei. Hearing Zhan Xiu's loud shout, he glared at him. Lower your voice. What did the oracle say? Zhan Xiu hurriedly lowered his voice. Human. The giant king asked, human what? Zhan Xiu replied, just one word. The giant king looked at Han Fei again and looked him up and down, slightly confused. However, he still nodded in satisfaction. Human boy, not bad. You actually saved me. I can't find many humans who are more capable than you. Later I'll get you a few big dragons to nourish your body. Han Fei chuckled. Okay. The giant king was taken aback and couldn't help but mumble, Yo, you're not pretentious at all. Not bad. Well, let's talk about it when we return to the clan. Now, everyone should be hungry. The giant king roared, "Boys, we've won this battle. Everyone is hungry. Let's get something to eat. After eating, let's go home." In the void, a voice echoed, "Old B***, come and help." The giant king said in surprise, "Old monkey, you haven't finished yet?" As he spoke, the giant king tore the void apart, stepped out, and disappeared. Shimin Linglan took Han Fei's hand and secretly stuck out her tongue. Too strong. Although the giant king didn't notice her. When he stood in front of her, Shimin Linglan's back was full of cold sweat. On the contrary, Han Fei didn't feel anything. Clatter. At this time, a big hand grabbed from a sea and a broken muscle was picked up. Then the big hand put the muscle in front of Han Fei. This big hand, of course, belonged to the mountain giant. At this moment, he was already able to sit up and his body was recovering rapidly. Although he was very hungry, he still grabbed food for Han Fei first and said in a daze, "Eat." After that, the mountain giant grabbed a 100-meter-long serpent from the sea and bit it, tearing off a chunk of its flesh and swallowing it. Shimin Linglan looked at the big muscle that was 70 or 80 meters long in front of her. "How can I eat it?" Han Fei scratched his head, stretched out his hand, and burned it with spiritual fire. Then he grabbed some seaweed, squeezed out the juice, and began to roast it. An explorer-level muscle. This kind of creature didn't need any seasoning at all, and its taste was extremely delicious. However, with Han Fei's current physique, he couldn't eat much, and Shimin Linglan could only take a bite at most. Shan Tu looked at the muscle meat and drooled. Even Zhan Xiu was drooling. This was an explorer-level creature. Who could bear it? Han Fei raised his head and grinned. "Let's eat together later." Eating cooked food or eating raw food was a matter of attitude. In fact, giants also liked to eat cooked food. However, sometimes when they were too hungry, they would choose to eat it raw and didn't want to wait. After all, in the war, they consumed a lot of energy. If they really waited for the food to be roasted, they might be killed by the enemy. Therefore, giants were also used to eating raw food. At this time, Shan Tu and the others watched the big muscle being roasted. However, it was not easy to cook a creature of this level. Han Fei frowned slightly, and suddenly an idea came to his mind: refining. The flame instantly evaporated, and a large amount of spiritual energy was mixed into it. In just a moment, bursts of strange fragrance were emitted. Shimin Linglan glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "You didn't light a fire like this before." Han Fei chuckled. "I just thought of it." When the big muscle was cooked, Han Fei looked at Shan Tu and the others. "Eat." Then, Han Fei waved his hand, cut a piece, and handed it to Shimin Linglan. "Eat slowly. Don't eat too much." Shimin Linglan certainly knew that she couldn't eat too much. If she ate too much of the meat of this kind of creature, wouldn't she be stuffed to death? Shimin Linglan took a bite carefully. However, as soon as the meat entered her stomach, her body began to emit hot air. It took Shimin Linglan half an hour to eat a palm-sized piece of meat. At the same time, Han Fei had already eaten a pot of meat. Even Zhan Xiu and the others were shocked. Shan Tu looked at Han Fei as if he were drunk. "Brother, can you still eat?" Zhan Xiu asked. "Brother, don't you feel stuffed?" Han Fei tilted his head, felt it, and chuckled. "I'm 80% full." Many people had already begun to cultivate. For example, Shimin Linglan had already entered the state of cultivation and seemed to be about to make a breakthrough at any time. The power of the war god horn had begun to fade. Shimin Linglan was actually still an intermediate hanging fisher. Kacha! Shimin Linglan made a breakthrough, but her body was still full of energy. There was no shortage of spiritual energy on the battlefield where the battle had just taken place. As long as someone wanted to make a breakthrough, they could do so. When Shimin Linglan opened her eyes, she saw that Han Fei was in a strange posture again. His whole body was red, and 8 vortexes appeared on the surface of his body, and the redness on his face was fading rapidly. Of course, Shimin Linglan knew that Han Fei was practicing the desolate god body. Although she didn't know the name of this body tempering technique, she knew it. Shimin Linglan's heart did a flip. Yes, I'm very familiar with this body tempering technique now. He could make use of this opportunity to properly cultivate. About 2 hours later, Many giants got up one after another. Having eaten and drunk enough, they felt energetic again. Many people were watching Han Fei and Shimin Linglan, talking in a low voice. Is this a human being? This human saved me just now. He's very strong. Human beings are just a bit too small. Their postures are so weird. When Shimin Linglan woke up again, she found that Han Fei was still eating, taking big bites. Shimin Linglan asked, "Can you still eat?" Han Fei grinned. "I think I can make a breakthrough." Shimin Linglan was shocked. Is he talking about the breakthrough of the desolate god body? Over the years, Han Fei's desolate god body seemed to have made many breakthroughs. Besides, Shimin Linglan knew that in addition to this weird posture, Han Fei had another kind of body tempering technique. However, that one was more difficult and required a huge amount of energy. Han Fei tried it once and didn't try it again. After that attempt, Han Fei was weak for 3 days. Fearing that Han Fei didn't have enough to eat, the mountain giant found one of the heads of the 3-headed dragon python that he had killed and put it in front of Han Fei. Many giants exclaimed, "Wow, can humans eat so much too?" What do you know? He's making a breakthrough. Zhang Qiu glared at these people. "Shut up. Don't disturb the honorable guest breakthrough." When Han Fei was full again and began to cultivate the desolate god body, Shimin Linglan felt that the 8 vortexes were gradually converging into one vortex. The major acupoints are going to merge into one. Having cultivated the desolate god body, Shimin Linglan knew what Han Fei was doing. The merging of the major acupoints meant that this body tempering technique was about to be fully mastered. After another half an hour or so, the giant king tore the void and returned. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed in surprise, "Interesting. What a high spiritual heritage." He swallowed the surrounding energy and merged all the major acupoints in his body. This technique is quite exquisite. However, it's still not enough. 100 years after the merging, there may be a whole new world. While saying so, the giant king grabbed a large amount of energy from the void and stuffed it directly into Han Fei's body. At that moment, Han Fei trembled all over. The 8 vortexes quickly converged, and in only 100 seconds, the major acupoints were merged into one, and his physique rose to a new height. However, Han Fei didn't wake up. He seemed to know that terrifying energy was falling. He turned over and sat cross-legged, letting the massive amount of energy hit him. His skin cracked, crazily devouring the energy and nurturing vitality at the same time. The giant king was surprised. Not bad, not bad. This kid actually has another body tempering technique. This technique is quite domineering. Ha. If you want to practice it, you have enough energy. What Han Fei cultivated was naturally the indestructible body. Before, he didn't have the resources to cultivate it. The first level was only half completed. Therefore, he put all his energy on the desolate god body, making the desolate god body progress rapidly. At this moment, now that he had the opportunity, Han Fei naturally wanted to cultivate the indestructible body. However, the onlookers of the war giants began to be moved as they watched. Even the giant king narrowed his eyes slightly. As for Shimin Linglan, she even covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. This was the scene that she didn't want to see the most, because at this moment, Han Fei's skin and flesh were melting and healing rapidly. The cycle repeated itself over and over again. The pain couldn't be understood by those who weren't directly involved. They just felt that it was cruel. An hour later, the giant king muttered, "This kid needs a lot of energy." 3 hours later, the giant king was speechless and looked at Shimin Linglan. "How long does he have to cultivate?" Shimin Linglan shook her head. "Senior, I don't know." After another 5 minutes or so, when the giant king saw the luster in Han Fei's flesh and blood, he couldn't help but say, "This kid is going to make a breakthrough again." The energy waves suddenly dissipated, and Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of fire in his eyes, and a mouthful of foul air was spat out from his mouth. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he had become much stronger. Although he always felt that it was not enough, he was much stronger than before. The giant king said in a low voice, Human boy, what kind of body tempering technique is this? It's extremely domineering. I'm surprised that you can bear it. Hearing someone shouting, Han Fei quickly raised his head. His neck was raised to the sky, and he saw the fierce face of the giant king. Han Fei slowly got up and scratched his head. I don't know. Shimin Linglan added, Senior, there are some problems with Wang Han's memory. Many things are due to his instinct. Senior, please find a way to help him awaken his memory. Memory? The giant king held a hammer. I'm not very familiar with it, but we can try. Okay, the battles on all sides are over. In this battle, we won the 100,000 mountains, and the Sea Clan won't dare to attack again in a short time. Let's go back to the clan first. Shan Tu hurriedly came to Han Fei and Shimin Linglan, patted his shoulder, and chuckled, indicating that the two of them should sit on his shoulder and go back. However, before Han Fei and Shimin Linglan moved, the sky suddenly darkened and a palm fell from the sky. The giant king laughed. Okay, let's go back to the clan. As for the large palm, with a slight movement of its fingers, it pushed Shan Tu away. Then it spread its hands on the ground and looked at Han Fei. Come, Shimin Linglan blinked her eyes. This was an invitation from a strong master. She pulled Han Fei and said to Shan Tu, let's go back to the clan. I'll sit on your shoulder. Shan Tu chuckled. Okay, see you in the clan. The mountain giant was too tall. As a result, their movements were relatively slow. However, no matter how slow they were, it was still relative. It was easy for them to crush people and creatures at the level of law enforcers. When Han Fei and Shimin Linglan stood on the shoulder of the mountain giant, their vision was extremely wide. There were even some clouds passing by them. The mountain giant said slowly, Thank you for saving me. Han Fei grinned. Han. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei. Idiot, can you stop practicing that body tempering technique? Han Fei said hesitantly, I want to practice it. Shimin Linglan stomped her feet and said, Others may not know, but I know. You tried it before, and you almost lost half your life. This time, if it weren't for the giant king, you wouldn't have been able to practice it. Besides, this is only the first level, right? Han Fei seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then a big fire suddenly burst out in his mind. Immediately after, lightning descended. It seemed that they were all for the sake of cultivating this body-refining technique. Han Fei was silent for a moment. Okay, I won't practice it for now. Bam! The mountain giant jumped slightly, grabbed the cliff with his big hand, and climbed up the cliff quickly. This time, the two of them saw that the forest was like a meadow, with clouds and mist in the distance. Indeed, for the mountain giant, these forests were just weeds. Chirp! Flocks of birds flew past Han Fei and Shimin Linglan. Many birds even deliberately came over and glanced at Han Fei and Shimin Linglan. Each step of the mountain giant would take a long distance. As far as the eye could see, thousands of war giants were running wildly, rumbling. Shimin Linglan was a little absent-minded. She thought to herself, if the giant king really recovers Han Fei's memory, is he still the same person? First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:23. The Song of Victory had already been played in the 100,000 mountains. Han Fei and the others enjoyed the scenery along the way. When Han Fei and the others were about to reach the Beast King city, the mountain giant suddenly stopped in an empty valley. There were already several mountain giants standing here. Some of the mountain giants suddenly sat down, some lay down, and some leaned against the mountains. When the mountain giants didn't move, a huge number of spiritual plants immediately began to climb on them. In just a moment, these mountain giants seemed to have become a part of this mountain range. The king of giants suddenly appeared beside Han Fei and the others, humming. The larger the body, the more energy it needs. In addition to eating, spiritual plants can also absorb energy from the earth and transmit it to the mountain giants. So, this is their means to maintain their survival. If the earth collapses, the mountain giants can only survive in the sea. But at that time, the Sea Clan will not allow them to live. Han Fei didn't feel anything. He didn't care about these things now. Shimin Linglan, however, felt very curious. Sure enough, in the boundless universe, different creatures had different ways of survival. The king of giants glanced at Han Fei. I'll take you to the king's city. Han Fei looked at the mountain giant. Goodbye. Shimin Linglan whispered into the mountain giant's ear. Thank you for taking us back. The mountain giant seemed to want to laugh. However, just as he grinned, the sound waves surged, and then he shut his mouth. Goodbye. Before Han Fei and Shimin Linglan realized what was going on, they felt their vision blurred. In an instant, the two appeared on the altar of the war giants from the shoulder of the mountain giant. At this moment, some war giants had returned and were running wildly, telling everyone that they had won. A big giant was bragging while carrying a small giant. Your father, I, killed at least 100 big lobsters this time and brought back meat. The small giant was kicking the chest of the big giant, making thumping sounds. Someone yelled, This time, I almost died in the sea. Thanks to that human priest. What's his name again? King Wang Han. A child reminded him. The giant hummed. Yes, it's him. What a strange name. This human shaman is really powerful. Not only did he save me, but he also saved a mountain giant. Wow, how did you save him? How did you save him? A child followed behind that person and asked. The man laughed heartily. That scene was really explosive. By the way, the mountain giant is fighting the three-headed dragon python. The entire territory of the war giants was in chaos. Some people were bragging about their military exploits. Some were telling stories. Some were describing their bravery. Some were eating meat, and there was even the sound of children playing. When the giant king suddenly appeared on the altar, someone exclaimed, The king is back. King, I heard you killed a great sea monster. King, I heard that you broke through the entire sea by yourself. King, I want to sleep with you tonight. Han Fei could clearly feel the giant king's cheeks twitch, and he couldn't help but scratch his head. Isn't it normal to sleep together? Why was the giant king trembling? Roar! The giant king roared. The 100,000 Mountains has won this battle. Boys, let us rejoice. Bring out all the delicious food and drinks. Leaders, organize people, and go to the sea to fish for food. Everyone worked hard to beat them to death. It would be a pity not to eat them. Roar! Our king is mighty. Our king is invincible. King, will you stay tonight? The giant king quickly said, Okay, shaman, come here for a moment. Today, I have something to say to the human kids. Eat by yourselves and go crazy. After saying that, the giant king seemed to be escaping. With a wave of his hand, he brought Han Fei and Shimin Linglan to the huge royal city. The capital of the giants was built along the cliff, and the scale was quite large. Among them, there was a large platform square that protruded out of the mountain. Standing at the end of the square, they could see the altar. Shimin Linglan thought, with the strength of the giant king, as long as he stood at the end of this platform, he could speak to the whole tribe. Thousands of people knelt down and worshipped him. At this moment, the giant king said, Human kids, we war giants are simple and don't have so many complicated customs like you humans. Let me ask you first, are you here on behalf of the humans? Shimin Linglan quickly responded, No, senior. We don't represent anyone. It's just that Wang Han wanted to come, so we came. The giant king laughed. That's good. There's nothing to say about the 100,000 mountains and the humans. Wang Han did seem a little silly. Come with me, I'll show you. The giant king didn't put on airs. Perhaps the giants had always been like this. At least, he was different from the strong masters that Han Fei and Shimin Linglan had seen. The giant king's palace, well, it didn't look like a palace. There weren't so many fancy things here, but there were a lot of broken bodies of creatures, which seemed to be left to eat. There were some decorations, but they were all made of various big bones. In the center of the circular palace, there was a large round mat. On the surrounding stone walls, there were many murals engraved. On the murals, the giant king led his tribe and won one war after another. The giant king sat down on his big mat and said to Han Fei and Shimin Linglan, Come and sit down. Shimin Linglan quickly pulled Han Fei and ran to the mat. She was very nervous. While she was filled with anticipation, she was also filled with worry. The giant king stretched out his hand, and a big stone ball the size of a hill appeared. The giant king said, Wang Han, inject spiritual energy into it and see. The giant king was puzzled. Han Fei's body was absorbing spiritual energy and energy all the time. Not to mention the fast speed, it was really rare to see someone with such a young foundation and such high strength. Shimin Linglan was surprised. This is the spiritual heritage testing stone. It was the first time that Shimin Linglan had seen a spiritual heritage testing stone that was larger than a person. It must be because the giants were tall. She couldn't help but look at Han Fei. After so many years, she didn't know what level Han Fei's spiritual heritage was. Han Fei stupidly put his hand on the spiritual heritage testing stone and pressed it casually. On the spiritual heritage testing stone, a rich purple light burst out, and Shimin Linglan's eyes widened. Is this an advanced spiritual heritage? And it's so rich that it seems to be higher than my spiritual heritage. The giant king's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Sure enough, a level 9 spiritual heritage. No wonder your cultivation speed is so fast." Level 9? Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei incredulously. How could it be so high? This kind of ultra-quality spiritual heritage is hard to find even in 1,000 years. Fortunately, Han Fei was not sober at the moment. Otherwise, he would have been surprised. Where the F***CK did I get a level 9 spiritual heritage? The giant king didn't care much about the spiritual heritage, but said, "Wang Han, let go of your soul first, and let me see what's going on with your memory." Shimin Linglan quickly said, "Idiot, did you hear that? I'm helping you. Relax your guard." Han Fei scratched his head and nodded heavily. When Han Fei raised his head again, he suddenly found that he couldn't move, including Shimin Linglan. Shimin Linglan was the same. She couldn't move her body and could only watch quietly. A finger phantom pointed at Han Fei's forehead. Originally, the giant king didn't take it too seriously. After all, Han Fei was just a hidden fisher. Memory disorder was caused by the disorder of the soul. After sorting out the soul, everything returned to normal. However, when the giant king tried to straighten out Han Fei's soul, in an instant, countless images came to his face, followed by a green light. Bam! In the blink of an eye, a wisp of the giant king's divine soul was directly crushed. Han Fei, on the other hand, vomited a mouthful of blood. The barrier disappeared, and the giant king's body trembled, and he groaned unconsciously. Soul treasure, river of time? The giant king's face suddenly became extremely serious. He stood up with a swish and looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. Shimin Linglan hurriedly threw herself in front of Han Fei. "Idiot, are you asleep? Wang Han, how are you? Senior, what's wrong with him?" The giant king looked complicated and said leisurely, "It's okay. I'll be fine soon." Hearing that Han Fei was fine, Shimin Linglan breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the consequence of the treatment? He just vomited a mouthful of blood, and he'll be fine? After about 10 minutes, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes. It seemed that he didn't vomit that mouthful of blood just now. He even scratched his head with a dumbfounded look. The giant king took a breath and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, "Little girl, do you know where Wang Han came from?" Shimin Linglan froze for a moment. Obviously, Han Fei's memory was not good. But what was the giant king's expression? Shimin Linglan hurriedly said, "Senior, Wang Han was born in a human village since he was a child. He lost his mother when he was a child, and he was silly since he was a child. He was extremely talented, but no one discovered it. Later, because his father died on the battlefield, he came to the remote wilderness jungle with me to cultivate. Oh, by the way, he can only cultivate a very ordinary technique called true spirit fishing art." The giant king pondered. "Are you sure he lived in a small human village since he was a child?" Shimin Linglan nodded. "I'm sure. He knew Han Fei very well. Besides, many people in the grand desolate village knew this. How could it be false?" The giant king paced back and forth in the palace, seeming to have complicated thoughts. After a long time, he said lightly, "Do you think an ordinary person can give birth to a genius with a level 9 spiritual heritage?" At this moment, outside the palace, the voice of the giant priestess sounded. "King, I'm here. Come in." As soon as the giant priestess came in, The giant king couldn't wait to ask, "There's only one word human on the oracle?" The giant priestess nodded. "Yes, it's true. There's only one word." All the clansmen who stayed behind saw it. The giant king frowned and said to himself, "The god of war is not dead? Where is he? Human. Who do you think it refers to?" The giant priestess pointed at Han Fei. "Everything is too coincidental. I think it is written about human, not human. This is a very important difference." The giant king pondered for a moment. "Okay, I see. You can go back now." After that, the giant king's figure flashed and disappeared. Then, outside the palace, the giant king's voice sounded in the air. "Beast King, Heavenly Qing, Fairy, we have something to discuss. Come quickly." There were 4 top masters in the 100,000 mountains. They were the Beast King who was in charge of the wild beasts, the Heavenly Qing of the Sky Clan, the Water Fairy of the Monster Plant Clan, and the Giant King of the War Giants. Among them, the strength of the 4 was relatively balanced. However, the Beast King was the strongest and the only one among the 4 who was at the peak of the venerable state. He was the supermaster most likely to break through and become a king. As the giant king roared, the first to arrive was a spring. In the water, white flowers bloomed, and a young woman in white with a serene expression appeared. The woman glanced into the palace and then said lightly, "Big guy, did the oracle really appear?" Before the giant king answered, a figure of light emerged from the void. After landing, he turned into a cold man in black feathered clothes. The man said, "I already know about this. 2 humans crossing from the remote wilderness jungle. How brave." In the sky, a figure was jumping. After jumping several times, it finally smashed on the platform outside. Taking a closer look, it was a big ape with a ferocious face. He held a thick stick in his hand and was carrying it on his shoulder. The big ape strode forward and shook his body. "What's wrong? What's so important that the 4 of us have to gather here?" Shimin Linglan pulled Han Fei up from the cushion. Shimin Linglan's body tensed up. For venerable level masters, they were as powerful as the entire U City. Plus the mountain giants and the masters of the other races, it was safe to say that if the 100,000 mountains went to war with the humans might not necessarily win. The giant king stretched out his hand and blocked Han Fei and Shimin Linglan's hearing. Then he said leisurely, "That human kid has a level 9 spiritual heritage. He's almost a king's heritage. Also, there seems to be something wrong with him. You need to take a closer look." "I'm not sure." Then, a wisp of soul energy flowed out of the giant king's fingertip for the other 3 to observe. The water deity was surprised. "Level 9 spiritual heritage?" The big ape sneered. "So what? He's just a king. How can he hiss the river of time?" The big ape's face suddenly changed. Even the heavenly crystal and the water deity were shocked. The big ape took a step forward and stood in front of Han Fei. Shimin Linglan was startled. She hurriedly pulled Han Fei back. However, the big ape didn't deliberately restrain its pressure. Therefore, Shimin Linglan felt that she was suffocating and could fall to the ground at any time. However, Han Fei was completely fine. He just looked up at the big ape quietly and even blinked a few times. Suddenly, the figure of a big ape appeared in his mind. "Be nice to the beasts." Han Fei was a little confused. He narrowed his eyes and felt a slight headache. The big ape stared at Han Fei and said, "Human boy, let me have a look." Then, a wisp of its soul touched Han Fei's eyebrows. Bam! Han Fei spat out another mouthful of blood and sat on ground. The wisp of the big ape's soul collapsed. Shimin Linglan immediately gritted her teeth. Senior Beast King, Senior Giant King has already checked. It took courage to speak to a venerable. Shimin Linglan felt that if everyone came to check, Han Fei would spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. The big ape suddenly turned around and looked at the 3 people walking over. He said in surprise, "This kid has such a powerful soul treasure. It can actually crush my divine soul." The Giant King blocked Han Fei and Shimin Linglan's perception. "How is it, monkey? What did you see?" The big ape's eyes were cold. "You're right. This kid is indeed involved in the river of time. Not only that, he is quite a genius. He seems to be related to the beasts. The water deity appeared next to Han Fei and looked at Shimin Linglan. Don't panic. A few mouthfuls of blood won't hurt him. We have to check it out one by one. Puff, puff. After a while, the water deity and the heavenly crystal's expressions became complicated. The giant king was right. This kid must be extraordinary. Then, the big ape asked the same question as the giant king. He looked at Shimin Linglan and asked, "Girl, do you know where this kid is from?" Shimin Linglan's face was a bit pale, but she still said firmly, "Outside the city of you, in the great barren village. His parents are ordinary cultivators." Nonsense. Who can give birth to such a little monster? Shimin Linglan gritted her teeth. Why was it so strange? Could it be that Wang Han wasn't born in the great barren village? The water deity waved his hand. Han Fei and the others were wrapped in a water ball and isolated. After that, water deity said, "I can also sense his entanglement with the spiritual plant lineage from this child. Interesting. I'm sure he's not from this era." The heavenly crystal nodded slightly. Yes, he has nothing to do with the sky race. However, from the fragmented memories, this kid is a peerless heavenly talent. He's enemies with the sea race. That's right. The big ape said angrily. Is that what we should be concerned about now? I can vaguely see the endless sea in the future. Humans actually live in the sky? What does that mean? The four of them were all silent. The meaning was terrifying. It meant that the earth would eventually be submerged by the sea, and the 100,000 mountains would be gone. The heavenly crystal looked back at Han Fei and then said coldly, "Can his soul-type treasure be broken?" The water deity shook his head. No, his current condition was already very bad. Traveling through the river of time may have caused unpredictable effects on him. It's all thanks to that soul-type treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as simple as a fool now. Now, let's not even talk about whether we can break that soul-type treasure. If it's really broken, it's very likely that it will directly destroy his soul. The giant king said, "Deity, your demonic plant clan has the most soul-nourishing techniques. Can't you cure him?" The water deity pondered for a moment. "I can only try. If we want to restore all his memories, we have to set things right. The best way is to let him slowly remember and let his soul return to one. That's the best way." The heavenly crystal said indifferently. "The question is, how did he come here? What's his purpose?" The other three felt a chill in their hearts. The giant king looked at the beast king. "Can you send people across the river of time?" Puff. The great ape was dumbfounded and looked at the giant king as if he were an idiot. "What the hell are you talking about? If I had the ability to send people across the river of time, I would have sent someone back to the age of immortals to ask for help. How could I do this? Fight against the sea clan like a fool?" The water deity asked, "Beast King, what kind of ability do you think can send people across the river of time?" The Beast King shook his head. "I don't know. Logically speaking, it's impossible even for a king-level powerhouse. However, if it's a king-level powerhouse who controls time, it's hard to say. But in any case, the River of Time is an extremely mysterious, forbidden area that ordinary people dare not touch at all. If you're not careful, you'll get lost in time. Even a king-level powerhouse can easily die." The giant king pointed at Han Fei. "Then how'd he come here?" The four of them were silent for a while. They were venerables, not kings nor gods. They could only see the shadow of the River of Time in Han Fei from the vague memory fragments in Han Fei's mind. The water deity said, "Let's not talk about how he came here. In short, he must have a purpose. He just forgot it. We can keep these two people and see if we can restore his memory. Otherwise, it's useless to think so much. Also, if the 100,000 mountains are gone, does it mean that the land here and even the Black Rock City on the other island will be submerged?" The giant king said leisurely, "Definitely. If this kid's memory is correct, we should be dead." "No." The water deity's eyes flickered. "But at least it proves that the human race is still surviving. Besides, the war has not stopped. That is to say, we still have a way out." The Beast King roared, "What way out?" "We don't know." The heavenly Qing said, "The way out must be in our current era. Of course, we found a way to survive. Otherwise, How can there be future generations? The water deity nodded. Yes. Don't forget, the oracle of the god of war appeared. Does the appearance of the oracle indicate that the god of war is not dead? And this person may become the key to the continuation of our respective races? The giant king shook his head. No, there's a problem. The god of war is very long-winded and has never spoken a word of the oracle. The only thing I can think of is that even if the god of war is not dead, his state is extremely bad, and he may even be on the verge of death. Otherwise, he can use the oracle to talk to me. Do you believe it? Everyone, the Beast King was speechless. Then what do you mean? Is this person useful or not? The giant king roared. Of course, he is useful. At least, he gave me a glimpse of the future generations. This alone is enough for us to make a lot of preparations. The water deity also nodded and said, yes, just his appearance has already explained too many things. Also, I don't know if you have noticed, whether it is the war giants or the beast clan, in his memory fragments, there are very few. Roar. The great ape raised his stick on the ground. It's over. It shows that the fate of our race is not good. The heavenly Qing coldly said, instead of arguing here, why don't we ask why this kid is here? The Beast King angrily said, his brain is in a mess. How can he think of this? The Sky Qing said, what if? Second update, asking for votes into this chapter. Chapter 1124. Han Fei was like a fish eater who saw four super experts of different sizes chattering endlessly. Shimin Linglan was on tenterhooks. She looked at Han Fei and then at the four venerables. She was very nervous. Did Han Fei really have such a big secret? Did he need four venerables to discuss it for so long? All of a sudden, the water ripples were removed. Shimin Linglan's heart tightened. She pulled Han Fei back. The four venerables looked at Han Fei. This was because the water immortal was most like a human. She had the appearance of a gentle and graceful woman, so she was the most approachable. Water Fairy smiled and looked at Han Fei. Wang Han, you said you don't know why you came to the 100,000 mountains. Do you have any questions? Wang Han scratched his head and shook his head. Water Fairy's expression didn't change. Or, is there anything you want to know the most? Shimin Linglan said. He wants to know the most about his memory. However, Water Fairy didn't listen to Shimin Linglan. He looked at Han Fei and scratched his head from time to time. In the end, Han Fei murmured, why did he fight with the sea race? This was Han Fei's real thought. In that instant, he said it out loud. Water Fairy turned around and looked at the other three. Tian Qing said in a deep voice, he really remembers? He came back to find the answer, right? The King of Giants said angrily, does the person who sent him here not know this? The King of Beasts roared, I'm not sure. Did he send him here? We don't know. The King of Giants sneered. Otherwise, why would he come here himself? Water Fairy said indifferently. As expected, he spent so much effort to come here. He must have a purpose. They looked at each other and nodded. Water Fairy said, Shimin Linglan, we have something to say to him alone. Then, without caring whether Shimin Linglan was willing or not, the water barrier isolated Shimin Linglan. Han Fei frowned. He looked at Shimin Linglan and tried to remove the water barrier. However, he found that he couldn't move the barrier at all. He glared at Water Fairy angrily. However, the water deity was not angry but looked at Han Fei quietly. You know, you're different from her. It was better not to let her know about some things. Otherwise, she will be very sad. Maybe it was the water immortal's words that touched Han Fei, but he slowly calmed down. Water Fairy said, Wang Han, we don't care if your name is Wang Han or not. However, there are some words that we are telling you now that will be imprinted in your mind. In the future, whether or not you can remember will depend on your growth. Perhaps, as your strength increases, your soul will gradually recover. Perhaps, under some kind of stimulation, it could also recover. In short, the temporary disorder of the divine soul is not a big problem. The King Giant said, Wang Han, listen carefully to the answer you want to know. The water deity said lightly, the era that you're in now is called the Age of Chaos. It was not that all techniques had withered, but that the great Tao had withered. Why did the great Tao wither? That was because 30,000 years ago, that era was called the Age of the Gods. What is God? He controls the great Tao and looks down on all living beings. He can establish the foundation of an entire clan with his own strength. Han Fei listened attentively, but he didn't understand. Why did this person want to tell him this? But it was enough for him to remember it. Water Fairy slowly said, "We don't know the specific reason, but in the Age of Chaos, the gods fought on the other side of the sea because of one matter." Where was that? Where was that? We didn't know. That battle swept through the world for 3 years. The heavens cried unceasingly, and the great Tao collapsed. And every time the great Tao collapsed, it symbolized the fall of a god. Remember, almost all the gods participated in the battle. From then on, all clans had no Tao, and all Taos returned to nothingness. You must remember that becoming a king does not mean obtaining the great Tao. Becoming a king is only the first step, but even this step is already extremely difficult. The Beast King said, "Boy, you must remember this. According to your memory, becoming a king in your era was even more difficult than in the Age of Chaos. The question you asked involved a lot of things. You can't touch it unless you become a king." Han Fei scratched his head and thought, "I don't understand." Water Fairy smiled slightly. "Did you hear that? You can't touch it unless you become a king. Even if you become a king, you can't touch it easily. The reason why the sea race and the myriad clans went to war is that after the gods fell, a Holy Spirit drew up a decree from the sea god. We don't know the content of the decree, but the general meaning is that the sea race must slaughter the myriad clans, reopen the chaos, and let the great Tao reappear. At that time, a large number of new gods who inherited the great Tao will appear and become the only rulers of this world." The giant king said, F***CK. If it weren't for the large number of sea race creatures, the myriad clans would have already destroyed them. Water Fairy didn't care whether Han Fei understood or not. She didn't care as long as Han Fei could remember what she said today. She continued, "We've already told you the answer you wanted to know. As for whether you can remember it or not, when will you remember it? It depends on yourself. In short, once the sea race really suppresses the myriad clans, the other clans will never be able to rise again and will probably be slaughtered. With our strength, we can only know this much. As for whether there is a bigger secret behind it, why did the gods fight? These are not things we can know." Suddenly, the Sky Ching added, "By the way, there is one more thing. In the Battle of the Gods, many forbidden areas have been created. If you encounter them, don't go in at will. They are usually very dangerous." The Beast King looked at the Sky Ching. "Are you talking about that place?" The Sky Ching nodded. "Human boy, the forbidden areas of the Battle of the Gods are often accompanied by eternal darkness. In this part of the world that we know of, there's an extremely mysterious and unknown region. We don't know where it will appear, but if you meet it in the future, don't go in." The giant king hummed, "Wang Han, you have to remember this. Although I don't know if you have a chance to cross the river of time and return to the future after you recover your memory. However, if you die here, then you'll really die. The answer you get now will be meaningless." Han Fei didn't know why, but he felt that he must remember today's words. It seemed that it was very important, although he didn't understand a word. The Beast King suddenly said, "This kid is also an alien, isn't he? If he was not a peerless talent, he wouldn't have been sent here." The giant king nodded seriously. "Of course, a hidden fisher can save the mountain giant. Do you think he can do it?" The Beast King suddenly said, "Old Goo, what do you think we'll do if we all die?" The giant king scratched his head. "We can't surrender willingly." The Beast King suddenly slammed his stick on the ground. "You giants are just not smart enough. I mean, since this kid is a peerless talent and seems to be a little involved with us, why don't we?" The water immortal suddenly smiled. "I think the same as the Beast King." The Sky Ching narrowed his eyes and said, "You mean, let it be more involved with our clans? Or even impose karma?" The Beast King suddenly patted his chest. "That's right. If this kid doesn't die and has a chance to go back, we won't be able to contact him in the future. Why don't we let him be involved with our clans? He can't avoid it even if he wants to. In the future, if something happens to our clans, Can this kid just sit back and do nothing? Look, the Giant King slapped his thigh. That's right. It's not easy for such a character to come here. We can't just watch him run away. The Water Immortal smiled and said, That makes sense. The Sky King nodded slightly. I have no objection. Anyway, he's from the future. In any case, we won't be involved. The Beast King stamped his stick and looked at the Giant King. This kid's physique doesn't seem to be weak. Which one of us would do it first? The Giant King muttered, Not weak? Aren't you good at fighting? I think you should teach him how to fight. The Great Ape sneered. Don't we know each other? When you reach the pinnacle of body refining, you can fight however you want. Forget it. Teach them all. Let's see how much this kid can learn. The Giant King said, I'll go first. This time, no one had any objection. In terms of comprehensive teaching, the Giant King definitely had the advantage, and the Water Immortal had no advantage. After all, Han Fei was not a manipulator. Although she could teach him by force, the path had already been set. What else could she teach him? While Han Fei was still dumbfounded, the few of them decided Han Fei's path in a few words. The Giant King said, Let's teach him 1 year first and see how he goes. I think his soul is so messed up that he won't be able to recover in a few years. The Beast King nodded. It's a little short, but it doesn't matter. In short, it's all about him. How much he learns depends on himself. The Sky King nodded. I have no objection. The Water Immortal glanced at Shimin Linglan and thought to herself, I can't teach him much. However, teaching Shimin Linglan seems to have something to do with Han Fei. So she made a decision in her heart. Clatter. Shimin Linglan was unsealed, and the Giant King said leisurely, Wang Han, the 4 of us have decided to accept you as our disciple. Hurry up and become our disciple. Huh? Shimin Linglan was shocked. What's going on? The 4 venerables all want to accept him as a disciple? This idiot, is his talent so terrifying? Han Fei was stunned and said a little hesitantly, Teach him combat skills? Shimin Linglan was speechless and tugged at Han Fei's sleeve. Of course. Han Fei grinned when he heard that he was going to teach combat skills. Okay. The Giant King and the others. The Beast King scratched his butt. Didn't they say that humans have to bow to their masters? That's it. The Sky King said coldly. His brain is not normal. What can he remember? Shimin Linglan was embarrassed and pulled Han Fei to kneel. However, she couldn't pull him this time. Han Fei didn't want to kneel. The Giant King hummed. Even if his soul is messed up, he still has the pride of a heavenly talent. Shimin Linglan looked embarrassed. Forget it. Let him be. Anyway, the venerables didn't seem to be angry. The Water Immortal looked at them. I've already taught them. I don't mind teaching 1 more. You also taught this girl, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, this girl also has a very high spiritual heritage. However, she was forcibly replaced by someone else. Otherwise, she would at least be a heavenly talent. Shimin Linglan's body trembled. What do you mean? Did I benefit from it? Was she taught by someone else? However, the others were silent for a while after hearing the Water Immortal's proposal. The Giant King said, That's right. However, she is too weak now. She has no foundation. Even if I teach her, I'm afraid she won't be able to keep up. Shimin Linglan was slightly disappointed. Sure enough, I've been seen through. Her foundation is too weak. Perhaps in this lifetime, I will never be able to surpass that idiot Wang Han. However, the Water Immortal smiled and said, If your foundation is not strong enough, you can make up for it with spiritual fruits. The demonic plant clan never lacks spiritual fruits. Let this girl go with me. 1 year later, I will send her back a different person. Before the others could speak, Han Fei grabbed Shimin Linglan's wrist as if he didn't trust the Water Immortal. Shimin Linglan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. It was not that he didn't want her to grow, but he was afraid that she would die. Then, in this world, he would be the only one left. The Giant King hummed. Wang Han, this is the girl's opportunity. She can only keep up with your pace if she becomes stronger. Otherwise, are you willing to see you become strong while she is still weak? The Water Immortal said. Even if you are willing, is she willing? Han Fei scratched his head and looked at Shimin Linglan. Do you want to go? Shimin Linglan's eyes were firm. This is an opportunity, whether for revenge or to catch up with Han Fei. She had to go. Just as the Giant King said, the four venerables all wanted to accept Han Fei as a disciple, so Han Fei would definitely usher in explosive growth. If she didn't work hard, she wouldn't be able to keep up with Han Fei. By then, she might not even be able to catch up with him. Han Fei nodded. Okay. The Giant King and the others naturally knew why the Water Immortal did this. So, they just took advantage of the situation. However, the Giant King said, Fairy, don't send her back in a year. Send her back in half a year, and I can teach her then. Otherwise, you want me to spend another year? The Water Immortal nodded. Okay. The Sky Crystal said lightly, Come to me in the third year. I'm leaving first. Swish. The Sky Crystal disappeared in place. Since it was decided there was no need to stay, the Beast King stamped his rod. Next year, send her to me. I'm leaving. The Water Immortal reached out to Shimin Linglan and said, Come, follow me. After Shimin Linglan disappeared, Han Fei frowned and looked at the void. The Giant King laughed and said, All right, stop looking. She will come back in half a year. Come with me. With a swish, Han Fei appeared on the altar of the war giants. At this moment, many giants were burning bonfires and stuffing themselves with food. Seeing the Giant King appear, they didn't intend to get up. Someone held up a big squid and shouted at the Giant King, King, eat. The Giant King's voice rippled out. Today, I announce that I want to accept Wang Han as a disciple. Many giants were stunned. The king wants to accept a disciple? However, this surprise only lasted for a short time. Then, Han Fei heard a roar. After all, Han Fei had saved many people on the battlefield. At least, these people had no objection. Since a group of people had no objection, the rest of the war giants basically had no objection. For them, the so-called disciple didn't matter. In fact, it didn't matter. Because the Giant King often came out to teach them, they were all used to it. Where is Thick Earth? King, I'm here. A giant carrying a giant hammer, more than 20 meters tall, jumped from a distance and smashed on the ground with a bang. The Giant King grunted and said, From now on, according to Wang Han's refining speed, arrange refining for him. The amount of refining every day must reach his limit. Thick Earth froze for a moment and looked at the sledgehammer in his hand. King, is it suitable? The Giant King sneered. Do you think he is weak? With that, the Giant King waved one hand, and a huge and heavy refining table flew over. The Giant King looked at Han Fei. Wang Han, today I will teach you the 100 War Divine Hammer. This hammer has 81 hammer techniques. Under infinite combinations, there will be infinite hammer techniques. At the same time, this is also a war hammer technique. In a battle, you should press forward and go all out. According to the profound meaning of the God of War, the brave will not retreat, and the strength must not be lost. Do you hear me? Han Fei nodded quickly. Got it. Oh, the king is going to refine. Stay away. Come on, move the food away. King, can you go to the sky to refine? The Giant King was speechless. A bunch of brats, you think I'm useless? Everyone wants me to teach you. The Giant King snorted and looked at Han Fei. Come up. Then the Giant King stepped into the air and stood hundreds of meters in the air. Hoop! Han Fei spread his wings and also stood in the air. The Giant King glanced at Han Fei's phantom glass and couldn't help but be surprised. These wings are not bad. However, they're not very useful. When you become an explorer, they will not be of much use. Hey! The Giant King's face twisted. Bones! From all directions, thousands of big bones flew over, all of which were sea demon bones. There were also some strange stones of extremely good quality flying over. The Giant King glanced at Han Fei. Stay 100 meters away from me. Watch carefully. Don't blow me away. Swish! Han Fei obediently flashed 100 meters away. The Giant King was not surprised by this flashing ability, because it was nothing worth praising. On the ground and in the sky, many giants watched from afar. Although they didn't like the Giant King refining on the ground, they still had to watch. Ow, ow, ow. Clang! The Giant King held the war hammer in his hand and, like a collapsing mountain, several phantoms appeared in several directions. The hammer broke through the air and struck out with flames. Clang, clang, clang. The giant king shouted, "The first 36 strikes must not shake, the hand must not shake, and the force must not rebound. The 36 strikes must remove the dross and refine the essence in one go." Ripples of the void shook. Han Fei felt that every time his hammer fell, his eyes were pierced. However, under the perception of his soul, he could still see it quite clearly. However, the sound was so loud that it almost pierced through his eardrums. "My king is mighty." Quite a few giants were roaring loudly. However, Han Fei was memorizing the hammering method. The 36 strikes were as steady as a mountain, and the process of removing the impurities was over. Originally, the countless big bones and strange stones were directly turned into pancakes, and the volume was reduced by more than half. The giant king shouted again. The hammering method can not only enhance the toughness of the weapon, but also use this elasticity to attack and retreat. Look, clang, clang, clang. For a moment, hundreds of hammer shadows bombarded from all directions, and the outline of a giant axe was being smashed out. Under a series of crazy bombardment, the giant king did not retreat, but hammered the refining platform forward hundreds of meters. Clang! The last blow. The axe was formed, and spiritual energy rolled over. The giant king roared, "If one round doesn't work, then another round. But don't use the first 36 strikes." In the void, the ripples shook in the void like overlapping waves, emitting dazzling halos, which made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. When the big axe was forged, the giant king held the war hammer and asked, "How much do you remember?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I think I remember." "Huh?" The giant king was about to say, "Do you want me to do it again? How can you remember it?" Hearing this, the giant king was unhappy. You hammer 2 war hammers for yourself first." Han Fei scratched his head, and the giant king shouted, "Thick Earth, give him your hammers." "He can't use my war hammer." Thick Earth shouted, "Wang Han, take the hammers." Looking at the 2 big hammers that broke through the air like meteors, Han Fei stretched out his hands and held the hammers. The huge force tried to throw him away, but as he flapped the phantom glass wings, he easily stabilized his body. Many giants jeered, "Oh, he caught it. Thick Earth, you are a disgrace." Someone laughed. "Thick Earth, it seems that your strength is still not enough." Thick Earth blushed. "I didn't use any strength. Isn't it normal that I was caught?" The giant king grabbed some materials and said casually, "Hammer harder. Our 100,000 mountains is not short of materials. We can make more." The 3rd chapter, 3 2-in-1 chapters, which is equivalent to 6 chapters. Okay, let's continue like this tomorrow. I won't live stream tonight. Damn it, I've already become a robot. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 1125. The giant king's forging displayed unparalleled power. And Han Fei, although he caught the war hammer, his hands were too small. At this time, he couldn't even hold it, let alone forge. A golden giant suddenly condensed on Han Fei's body and grabbed the war hammer with both hands. The giant king's eyes narrowed slightly. Condensed will a bit. Hiss, invincible will? The giant king's eyes almost popped out. F***CK. Did I just pick up a disciple who walks on the invincible road? Although the giant king knew that Han Fei could be sent through the river of time, his talent was definitely not bad. However, he was on the invincible road, which made him a little panicked. In this world, there were many people who could walk the invincible road. However, there were very few people who could walk this road. This made the giant king a little puzzled. The person behind him must have invested a lot to send such a heavenly talent here. Han Fei carried the sledgehammer in the air, took a deep breath, and instantly activated the devil change. Clang, 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 clang. Similarly, there were ripples in the void. However, compared with the ripples of the giant king, they were basically negligible. However, the surging momentum still attracted the attention of many giants. A child shouted, "Wow, Wang Han is so powerful. I can't even hit him." A giant patted the little child's head. "Kid, what do you know? This is called power. No matter who it is, as long as their realm is high enough and they're strong enough, you can't beat them. Because it was the first time he used the 100 Wars Divine Hammer. Although Han Fei was extremely proficient in refining, he had lost his memory, so it was the first time he used it. The Giant King shouted, "Forget the form. Don't knock exactly the same as me. Hammering is ever-changing. You can do it however you like." Clang, clang, clang every time. Han Fei tried his best. However, after 36 strikes, he felt a little tired in his arms. After 36 strikes, under the huge elasticity, Han Fei almost couldn't hold the hammer several times. In Han Fei's eyes, the sledgehammer he refined seemed to have become an enemy. No matter what, he couldn't retreat. Clang a moment later, after a round of hammering, Han Fei found that there was a crack on his upper arm. However, at this moment, the surrounding war giants all swallowed their saliva. This was Wang Han's first time using the 100 Wars Godly Hammer, and he actually managed to hit a round. It should be known that even within the war giant tribe, there were no more than 100 people who could complete the entire 100 War Godly Hammer in one round in 100 years. As for those who could get 2 rounds in their first attempt, there were only 3 of them. Not a single one of them was able to complete 3 rounds in one go. That thick earth was the guy who could hit 2 rounds of the 100 War God Hammer on his first try. Therefore, Ho Tu's status was very high. Sure enough, the Giant King shouted, "That's not enough. How can this hammer be used to forge weapons? Not to mention using it in battle. Give me another round." As the Giant King roared, Han Fei didn't say a word and knocked again. After half an hour, Han Fei's arms were covered with cracks, and he succeeded in the second round. Success! Wang Han has reached the second round. This human is so strong. Will there be a third round? The Giant King's eyes flickered. Don't heal yourself. Continue to fight. It's still not enough. Clang, clang, clang. After the third round, Han Fei felt extreme pain in his arms. His muscles were torn and blood was flowing out. The Giant King shouted, "Not enough. Another round." Clang, clang, clang again. Clang, clang, clang again. Under the gaze of thousands of war giants, under the roar of the Giant King, Han Fei kept hitting 9 rounds of the 100 War Godly Hammer. His arms were dripping with blood, and the bones of his fingers were exposed. The Giant King was speechless. F***CK. Is he still a human? This is the real war giant, isn't it? Thinking of his first time, he seemed to have hit the 5th round and then passed out. But this guy hit 9 rounds in one go. Does he still want to continue? Clang Kacha. This time, Han Fei's hand was broken and he lost all his strength. He almost lost his balance and fell dozens of meters from the air, wobbling. The Giant King knew that this was Han Fei's limit. If he continued to fight, his foundation would be damaged. However, he never expected that Han Fei's toughness was so high. The Giant King said, "Heal yourself." Hearing this, Han Fei hurriedly cast a divine healing technique on himself. It hurt too much. Although he still had strength, his body couldn't bear it anymore. Thick earth flew over, caught his twin hammers, and then reached out to take the twin hammers forged by Han Fei, saying, "Training starts tomorrow. On the first day, let's accumulate 100 rounds to see the effect." Not to mention the children, even the adult war giants were dumbfounded. Fighting 100 rounds a day? Was that a death sentence? However, the Giant King didn't refute. "Okay, let's practice first." Han Fei ate and slept with the war giants. When he woke up the next day, he only felt that his bones were a little numb, and it seemed that his strength had increased a little. However, he didn't care. As soon as he went out, he saw Shanta running over. "Brother, it's time to eat." Master Thick Earth said that after you eat and drink, you can continue to practice. But, brother, you are really awesome. You are the first person to reach the 9th round of the 100 War Godly Hammer. Huh. Han Fei scratched his head. When it was time to eat, he found that there was more food. He saw that each tent had a circle of sea creatures hanging on it. There were all kinds of them. Shanta said, "These days, almost most of the clansmen have gone to the sea to fish for food. When the tents are full, there will be mountains of sea creatures. So, let's eat more and eat them up." Han Fei scratched his head, looking at those colorful creatures that were much larger than him, and felt that he could eat them for a long time. After dinner, Shauna led Han Fei to the refining field where thick earth was. There were many people here. In fact, there were only a few dozen of them. However, there were many people who came to watch, all for Han Fei. After all, Han Fei's performance yesterday was too amazing. Thick earth shouted, "There's nothing to see." Since Han Fei has a good foundation, it won't be difficult for him to reach 100 rounds. We can hit 1,000 rounds. You guys can come and watch. Someone was stunned. 1,000 rounds? Why don't you say 10,000 rounds? A child screamed, "He's going to be crippled." Thick earth said, "Go away, go away. Don't disturb Han Fei's cultivation." After a while, when everyone was driven away, Thick earth said, "Han Fei, my requirement is that the quality of every weapon you make must not be lower than the twin hammers in your hands." Han Fei scratched his head. "Okay." After a while, the golden giant reappeared, and clanging sounds began to ring out. Above the capital, the giant king was holding a roasted crab in his hand, biting it crisply and looking at Han Fei. If it was yesterday, he still wanted to form a relationship with Han Fei. But now, he really wanted to take Han Fei as a disciple. In front of the giant king, a small transparent jar was placed on the stone platform, inside which was golden liquid. "Will you give me the essence blood of the god of war?" 3 months later, clang, 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 BM, a pair of sledgehammers suddenly shattered. This was the 21st pair of sledgehammers that Han Fei had smashed. A rather burly boy, like a golden armored giant, scratched his head, then naturally picked up a new pair of sledgehammers from the ground and continued to hammer. Thick earth said with a smile, "Wang Han, your strength has increased too much recently." A large group of children were watching, and a female giant looked melancholy. "Why do humans have to grow so small? They are less than my knees. Otherwise, I can snatch them back and make them my husbands." A male giant laughed. "In your dreams, you better find a giant." Someone laughed and said, "If Wang Han really has a giant body, with his terrifying physique of 500 rounds a day, a large number of female giants will throw themselves at him." Humph! A group of children. What are you watching instead of cultivating? The giant king appeared out of nowhere and drove away a group of children. Then he said lightly, "Wang Han, don't forge anymore. You have become a peak-level hidden fisher and need to further stimulate your body's potential. Come with me." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately dropped the giant hammer in his hand and was taken to the top of a high mountain by the giant king with a swish. The giant king buzzed. "I know your special body tempering technique is also very strong. However, your body tempering technique is very difficult and requires a lot of energy. I'll teach you the body of war now. It's also a body refining technique, and this technique was bestowed by the war god in the past. It's definitely not weaker than your strange body refining technique." The giant king stretched out his hand and grabbed, and black boulders flew over. When these boulders were comparable to a small hill, the giant king squeezed them casually, and all the boulders turned into powder. These powders surrounded Han Fei's body. The giant king pointed between Han Fei's eyebrows, and golden light flashed. The body of war, the god of war, and the infinite combat style. It needs to be practiced together with the swallowing art. Absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and the energy of heaven and earth. Suppress your realm. Come out when you become a law enforcer. The powder quickly gathered and finally condensed into a big stone, falling on the top of the mountain. Han Fei absorbed the giant king's technique for a full hour before he slowly opened his eyes. However, he found that he was surrounded by darkness. Was he locked in a stone? However, Han Fei remembered what the giant king said. "When will I become a law enforcer, and when will I come out? It seems that it's not the right time yet. Then I'll cultivate." Huff! From the outside, the stone wrapping Han Fei emitted a faint vibration sound. Every 10 breaths of time, this happened continuously. Han Fei didn't know that when he was swallowing, a pillar of fire descended from the sky and directly reflected on this boulder. Therefore, after only swallowing for about 10 minutes, Han Fei found that it was getting hotter and hotter, and his body began to turn slightly red. After half an hour, the boulder on the top of the mountain had turned red. In the surrounding 10 kilometers, all the spiritual plants retreated and none dared to approach. An hour later, the boulder was actually on fire, like a burning coal ball. As for Han Fei, he didn't dare to be careless at this time. His body was red, and there was power seeping into his limbs and bones. Although the stone was extremely hot, Han Fei felt that he could bear it. It seemed that in the depths of his soul, this pain was still bearable. At night, the night was as cold as water. A pale white and somewhat blue light enveloped the boulder. The whole boulder had turned into ice, and within a kilometer radius, it had completely frozen, and within 10 kilometers there was frost. Han Fei only felt extremely cold, and his body was so cold that he couldn't feel anything. The piercing coldness was drilling into his body. At this moment, Han Fei's breathing time changed from one breath of 10 minutes to one breath of 100 minutes. Every breath he took was accompanied by a crackling sound, as if ice was cracking. A month later, Han Fei felt that his strength had reached the level of a peak-level hidden fisher. 3 months later, the Beast King and the Giant King stood in the void, watching this scene quietly. The Beast King frowned and said, "You gave him the body of war? Can he bear it?" The Giant King snorted. "Of course. Compared with the extremely domineering body refining technique he has cultivated, he can completely bear the body of war. However, it's been 3 months. He shouldn't be able to suppress it anymore." The Beast King frowned and shook his head slightly. "Old Goo, aren't you teaching him too much? We're just trying to form a bond with him, and you're teaching him this? If he still can't die, won't he become a monster?" Hum. A white flower bloomed in the void, and the water fairy appeared. Shiman Linglan also appeared with it. However, Shiman Linglan's strength had reached the level of an intermediate peak-level hidden fisher. The water fairy said, "Half a year has passed. I've sent him here. I've heard about what happened here. Big guy, the body of war. Even the war giants need extremely high talent and physique to cultivate it. Are you sure it's okay to give it to him?" The Giant King grinned. "I'm sure. This kid's physique and growth rate are too fast. In terms of physique, I'm afraid few people in my tribe can compare with him." Shiman Linglan was confused. Seeing that they were all staring at a stone and talking, she seemed to think of something. Feeling the scorching power on the stone, Shiman Linglan was immediately horrified. "Senior, Wang Han is..." The Giant King glanced at Shiman Linglan. "The progress is not slow, but it'll take him half a year." With that, the Giant King waved his hand, and Shiman Linglan disappeared. The Giant King said to the void, "Thick earth, train her for a month, and then teach her the 100-war godly hammer." As if it was a trivial matter, the 3 of them didn't take it seriously. They were waiting to see how long Han Fei could keep it under control. Suddenly, the 3 of them saw the scorching sun rolling over from the sky and enveloping the huge stone. The Beast King raised his eyebrows. "Old Goo, is this also the cultivation method of the body of war?" The water fairy also raised her eyebrows. "It's more than twice as violent as before." Bullsh asterisk T. "This is not the cultivation method of the body of war. I know, this kid is cultivating his own set of strange body refining technique again." The Beast King asked, "Is that the extremely domineering body tempering technique you mentioned?" The Giant King nodded with an ugly expression. "Yes, that's the one. That technique is extremely domineering. If you're not careful, you'll break your bones. I wonder where this kid got it from. And he has mastered it." The water fairy smiled and said, "This is his own opportunity. I think he already has the foundation of cultivation. At this moment, he is just recultivating. That's good. In this way, the possibility of him successfully returning to the future is higher." The Beast King waved his hand and said, "Boring. I thought he was going to break through today. It seems that we have to wait. Let's go, let's go." The water fairy chuckled. "I'm leaving too." After Han Fei practiced the body of war, he found that the first level of this body tempering technique had been broken through. With it alone, he could no longer suppress his realm. Originally, Han Fei wanted to make a breakthrough directly. However, his body subconsciously activated the void fishing art. At that moment, Han Fei felt inhuman pain again. He was very familiar with this feeling. He even felt this kind of pain was familiar to him. The terrifying energy was flowing back crazily. The giant king stood alone in the void, watching Han Fei's flesh and blood in the stone constantly melting and growing. What a reckless brat. You made me have to watch over you to prevent you from killing yourself. Another month passed. The giant king scratched his head. Is this a sign of insufficient energy? Up until now, he still hasn't broken through the second level of that stupid technique. Gotcha! Bam! The giant king was speechless when he saw the stone explode. It was not that Han Fei couldn't repair it, but that the boulder he casually made could no longer resist Han Fei's power. At that moment, the giant king saw Han Fei standing proudly on the top of the mountain, naked. The almost perfect streamline and domineering muscles all over his body, if enlarged, seemed to be much better looking than the giant king himself. However, Han Fei hadn't woken up yet. Under his feet, a large spirit gathering formation appeared, and a large amount of spiritual energy was rolling over. The giant king looked at it and immediately threw a large amount of spiritual spring over, which was immediately sucked up to Han Fei. After half an hour, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and there was thunder rolling. A glaring King Kong appeared directly on Han Fei's body. The giant king was dumbfounded. What is this? Why did he become a law enforcer so quickly? And what kind of technique is this? Why does it feel so powerful? Sure enough, those who can be sent across the river of time are definitely not ordinary people. What a powerful technique. Damn it, I have to do some research. However, Han Fei hadn't finished his cultivation yet. Because a large amount of spiritual energy was rapidly disappearing, Han Fei was still making a breakthrough. 2 hours later, when the spiritual energy given by the giant king was sucked dry, the spiritual energy from all directions was still pouring in. The giant king was speechless. More. The giant king felt he was going crazy. Who the hell sent this freak here? Isn't he a freak? How could anyone directly stabilize their cultivation after breaking through to become a law enforcer and continue to improve? 3 hours later, when everything calmed down, the giant king slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's over. It's finally over. If it doesn't end now, I'm going to doubt my life. At that moment, when Han Fei opened his eyes, a large number of memory fragments in his mind were piecing together, and his disordered soul began to return. It was a pity that at the moment when Han Fei opened his eyes, although he had recovered a lot, he hadn't fully recovered. However, there was light in his eyes. Han Fei looked at the void. Who am I? Why? Do you remember who you are? When Han Fei saw the giant king, he was slightly stunned and then responded with a smile. Nice to meet you, senior. Huh. It seems that he has become much smarter. It seems that the effect of this breakthrough can indeed bring about the recovery of the soul. It seems that if you make a few more breakthroughs, you may be able to completely recover your memories. Han Fei smiled, and many pictures appeared in his mind. Xia Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, Luren Kuang, Luo Xiaobai, Tengu, Old Bai, and the others were clearly visible. He felt that these people seemed very familiar. Some pictures about the Heavenly Water Village, the team experience, and the Thug Academy also appeared in his mind. Thug Academy? Han Fei smiled easily. Senior, I'll remember your kindness. Bam! Han Fei was slapped away. Damn, I've taught you for so long, and now I'm your senior? Didn't I say I was your master? Han Fei shook his head, stood in the void again, and smiled awkwardly. Thank you, teacher. The giant king reluctantly accepted it and grunted. It seems that you are indeed a little better. You become more articulate. Do you remember where you came from? Han Fei thought for a long time and slowly said, the Thug Academy. The giant king thought for a moment. I've never heard of it. Forget it. You just got rid of your stupidity and recovered your spiritual sense. It's still too early to recover your memories. Let's go. Now that your spiritual sense has returned, do you still remember the little girl in your clan? Han Fei nodded with a smile. Yes. Shimin Linglan. This woman was the person in his memory the clearest. From the first time they met, to the jungle of the remote wilderness, and then to the 100,000 mountains, everything was vivid in his mind. How could he forget? However, when Han Fei thought of this name, he was a little taken aback. It seemed that he still missed something. However, he didn't care anymore. He used to be silly. This girl was always on tenterhooks. Although there were still many things that he couldn't remember, he would remember them eventually. Probably guessing what Han Fei was thinking, the Giant King suddenly said, "Silly boy, do you like that girl?" Han Fei smiled slightly. "I think so." The Giant King paused for a moment and said, "Then I'll give you a suggestion. If you like her, don't make a breakthrough until you can't bear it anymore." Huh. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1126. Han Fei was puzzled by the Giant King's words. He seemed to suddenly wake up. Shouldn't he work harder to break through himself? Get back his memory earlier. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Master, are you saying that my memory will change the relationship between me and Ling Lan?" The Giant King hummed. "Of course. Since your spiritual sense has been awakened, you should recognize your extraordinariness. You may not be a person of this era. No, you're definitely not a person of this era. You crossed the long river of time and came back here. When all of your memories are awakened, you will know why you came here, and you will know where you should go. At that time, do you think you can still take that little girl away?" Han Fei didn't quite understand. Although his spiritual sense had been awakened, he had forgotten too much after all. What long river of time? He didn't understand at all. In short, what the Giant King meant was that he would leave this world one day. But wasn't there only one world? Could it be that he could return to the past and the future? Han Fei's heart sank. "Understood, Master." The Giant King sighed. "Boy, you are in a dilemma now. In this world, there may only be one little girl waiting for you. But in another era, there may be thousands of people or even the entire human race waiting for you. So, you actually have no choice. You will leave in the end." The Giant King continued. "Actually, I think you should continue to seal your spiritual sense. In this way, your cultivation will be more pure. Otherwise, your spiritual sense will only be troubled by all kinds of memories in your mind." Han Fei's face became a little pale. After a long time, he suddenly looked up and said, "Master, is there a way to seal my spiritual sense?" The Giant King took a breath. "Even if I have a way, your spiritual sense has been awakened. Whenever you break through or your soul is repaired, your spiritual sense will also be awakened. This process is irreversible. Unless every time you restore your spiritual sense, someone will help you seal it. But obviously, this is unlikely, because once you're fully awake, you will resist the pillar and the seal. Even if you want to seal it, you might not be able to." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Master, please seal my spiritual sense first." Shimin Ling Lan was diligently practicing the 100 Wars divine hammer. Unfortunately, even if she gave it her all, she could only swing it once. After one round, she was already exhausted. Shimin Ling Lan heard that Han Fei swung the hammer 9 times for the first time, breaking the record of the war giants. Ho Tu even secretly told Shimin Ling Lan that even the king giant only swung it 5 times. This time, Shimin Ling Lan was under a lot of pressure. Didn't that mean that Han Fei's potential was greater than that of the Giant King? After one round, Shimin Ling Lan took 7 to 8 consecutive deep breaths. Her gaze was firm as she swung the hammer again. Thick Earth said, "Little girl, the chances of success are very low if you want to swing a second time. That means that your physique is already comparable to a powerful adult giant." Shimin Ling Lan shouted, "I can." Clang, clang, clang. After swinging the hammer more than 50 times, Shimin Ling Lan finally couldn't take it anymore. Her arm broke. With a swoosh, a figure appeared, and the divine healing technique suddenly descended. Han Fei grabbed Shimin Ling Lan's arm and pressed it gently. With a click, the arm was reattached. Before Shimin Ling Lan saw Han Fei, she said in surprise, "Idiot, you're back." Puff. What kind of image is that? They hadn't seen each other for more than half a year. Shimin Ling Lan missed him every day. So, she reached out and hugged Han Fei. Next, Next time, don't force yourself. Han Fei scratched his head and cast the divine healing technique on Shimin Linglan again. It seemed that he didn't feel the soft and fragrant body in his arms at all. Shimin Linglan didn't notice it at all. She looked up and smiled. Idiot, do you think my strength is growing fast? Han Fei chuckled. Fast. Ahem. The king giant appeared and said casually, I swung it once. It can barely keep up with the physique of an ordinary giant. It seems that you have also learned the essence of Wang Han's grand acupoint combination technique. What level have you reached in your cultivation? Shimin Linglan quickly let go of Han Fei and said respectfully, Senior, I have reached the 16th acupoint. The king giant nodded slightly. Well, no wonder you can continue to swing for more than 50 times. When you reach the 8th acupoint, you should be able to swing it twice. When the major acupoints are combined, you should be able to swing it 3 times. As for more than 3 times, you may have a chance when you become a peak-level hidden fisher, but it will be very difficult. Hearing this, Shimin Linglan's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The king giant nodded. Okay, Wang Han, there are still a few months before you go to the Beast King. You can help me refine weapons. During this period, you don't need to cultivate. Okay. The king giant shook his head slightly. Okay, why are you still standing there? You haven't eaten for more than half a year. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. This girl's cultivation has just begun. Don't disturb her. Although Shimin Linglan really wanted to see Han Fei, she still pushed him away and said, You go eat. I still need to cultivate. 5 months later, at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Han Fei and Shimin Linglan had gotten used to this kind of snoring. They could already go to sleep against the thunderous snoring. However, Shimin Linglan was not asleep at this moment. She had just finished eating and was cultivating the 108 desolate god body. After one round, she took a breath and said, Idiot, it's so difficult to combine the major acupoints. Han Fei sat on a futon and watched Shimin Linglan cultivate. Hearing Shimin Linglan's complaint, Han Fei scratched his head. It's fast. Shimin Linglan sighed. Idiot, why didn't Senior Giant King teach you cultivation in the past few months? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. Maybe I'm too stupid. Bah, if you're stupid, what am I? Shimin Linglan practiced again. It was not until late at night that she was so tired that she lay on the futon and didn't want to move at all. Alas, idiot, let me tell you, in 3 months at most, I will definitely make some progress. By then, I will be able to swing the 100 Wars Divine Hammer at least twice. Then, I will go to Senior Beast King's place to find you. Han Fei smiled innocently. Okay. The next morning, the Giant King took Han Fei to the place where the Beast King was. It was called the Beast King Valley. When he saw Han Fei again, the Beast King looked at Han Fei with a big stick and couldn't help but say, Why is this kid still so naive? The Giant King didn't hold back and told him that Han Fei had sealed his spiritual sense. The Beast King empathized with him. It's just like when my wife died of old age. I was heartbroken. This kid is really sentimental. However, it's fine. This king only has the Beast King technique. The rest are offensive skills. At that time, if his spiritual sense is opened again, this king will seal it for him again. The Giant King said, Although his spiritual sense is sealed, this kid has a strong heart. You have to suppress him to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he is likely to cultivate and make a breakthrough on his own. The ape waved his hand and said, I understand. You can go now. I'm going to teach a disciple. The Giant King sneered. I've taught him everything. This kid is already inhumanly strong. What else can you teach him? The Beast King technique is just icing on the cake. After the Giant King left, the ape curled his lips and said, Old Goo, you've learned to be smart. Do you think I have nothing to teach you? I don't care if I make a breakthrough or not. If I make a breakthrough, I'll just seal it again. Figuring it out, the ape casually threw a rod that he had prepared to Han Fei. My disciple, this rod will be your weapon in the future. I made it for you personally. Don't throw it away. Han Fei scratched his head and smiled. Okay. The ape patted his butt and said, Let's go. I'll take you to meet the old beasts. They're all top masters. Well, let's meet the beast first. The Beast King's idea was very simple. But if the beasts were in a bad situation in the future, even if he wanted Han Fei to take care of them, he should at least let Han Fei know them first, right? After all, many beasts were actually not very friendly. Otherwise, the remote wilderness jungle wouldn't have become a hunting ground for humans in the past, and the beasts wouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Huh. All the beasts above the level of law enforcer. Come here. The Beast King roared, and all kinds of roars rose and fell in the forest. Swish, swish, swish. The first to arrive were naturally the explorers. Han Fei scratched his head. Have I seen them before? Among these explorers, there were colorful tigers, giant apes like the Beast King, one-horned rhinoceroses, violent giant bears, lightning leopards, six-tailed white foxes, handsome white sheep with strange horns, elephants in black armor, and ordinary-looking water buffaloes. Han Fei was stunned too. In the 100,000 mountains, there were more than 50 explorers. That was a terrifying number. And this was just one beast, not including the Sky Clan, the Spiritual Plant Clan, the Giant Territory. As for the creatures above the level of Law Enforcer, there were even more. Almost all of a sudden, the Beast King Valley was full. Among these creatures, some looked familiar to Han Fei. However, most of them were in strange shapes, the kind that he was completely unfamiliar with. The first to speak was neither the colorful tiger nor the violent giant bear, but the odd-horned white sheep that was emitting a faint fluorescence. At this moment, the proud white sheep looked at Han Fei up and down. Is this human the oracle that the war giants mentioned? The violent giant bear grinned and roared. I can feel that this kid's blood is vigorous. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. The colorful tiger glared at him. Why is this kid looking at me? It can't be helped. Among this group of people, this tiger's fur is always the most eye-catching. He must have been shocked. All the beasts, all the explorer-level beasts could speak. Even the creatures in the law enforcer level could speak. However, they generally had no right to speak on such occasions. For example, when the colorful tiger was narcissistic, most of the law enforcers were indifferent. Only the experts in the same realm, such as the odd-horned white sheep, showed strong disdain in their eyes. The six-tailed white fox even rolled its eyes and sneered. Of course, the colorful tiger might be used to it. So, it didn't matter at all. His pupils constricted, and his pupils narrowed as he stared at Han Fei. This was a sign of hunting. However, Han Fei was still a fool at the moment, and he was on the invincible realm, so he didn't react at all. Ha ha ha, a big ape laughed. Alas, this tiger is so embarrassing. Huh. The colorful tiger turned around and glared at him. Damn monkey, shut up. The Beast King hammered the stick in his hand and said, Okay, shut up. Today, it's mainly about recognizing our relationship. At this moment, the human Wang Han has been accepted as a disciple by me. In addition to my great techniques, you can also be his half-teacher. The 100 Beasts' soul-suppressing roar will also be taught to him. Huh. For a moment, the beasts were in an uproar. The violent giant bear said, Why? How can this human boy be qualified to inherit the 100 Beasts' soul-suppressing roar? The six-tailed white fox asked, King, what's his background? The water buffalo said in a heavy voice, This boy doesn't represent the human race, does he? The white sheep said lightly, He can, but we have to know why. The Beast King roared, This has nothing to do with the human race. This boy crossed the river of time and came to the 100,000 mountains. In the future, I'm afraid there will be great changes in the beast race. Do you understand? Old Gu even taught him the body of war. What's wrong with you teaching him the 100 beasts' soul-suppressing roar? The beast seethed again. The main reason was that the name River of Time was too shocking. The beast looked at Han Fei incredulously, thinking, this guy can cross the River of Time? Some law enforcers didn't even know what the River of Time was. Even the explorer-level creatures only knew a little about it. It was a secret that they could never touch. The Beast King said to the beasts, After I teach you the technique, let Wang Han go to your territory to learn. All of you, teach him well. This will benefit the descendants of Fleur and the others in the future. Don't neglect him. The old water buffalo nodded. Okay, since someone agreed, and it involved a big secret, naturally no one objected. After the Beast King introduced the beasts one by one, the Beast King didn't summon hidden fishers, mainly because those creatures came too late. Besides, the law of survival for beasts was the law of the jungle. The strong didn't treat the weak like they were of the same species. If they were in a good mood, they wouldn't eat them. If they were in a bad mood, they would kill them. After dispersing the beasts, the Beast King looked at Han Fei, who was still a little dazed, and said, "Disciple, I'll teach you the technique later." The Beast King was even more direct than the Giant King. He pointed his finger at the center of Han Fei's eyebrows. Before he started teaching the technique, he injected the 10,000 beasts illustration into Han Fei's soul. Anyway, as long as he didn't spy on Han Fei's soul, the demon purification pot wouldn't take effect. Han Fei felt as if thousands of beasts were galloping in his mind. All kinds of beasts emerged one by one, and then quickly melted away. The reason why he injected the 10,000 beasts illustration was that the Beast King wanted Han Fei to recognize every kind of beast. As for whether Han Fei would be good to the beasts in the future, although it was hard to say, the Beast King felt that he could implant the concept of beast friendliness in a Han Fei's soul first. So those fierce beasts in Han Fei's mind became charmingly naive. An image of beast friendliness was imprinted in Han Fei's mind. In fact, even without this step, the Beast King wasn't very worried. Because if he was right, the situation in the future was no better than in the Age of Doom. If the sea race dominated at that time, even if the human race wanted to rise, they wouldn't attack the beasts. All the races would unite to fight against the enemy, which was the general trend. At that time, whether Han Fei was really friendly to the beasts or not, as long as he was not on the sea race's side, he would have to unite with the beasts. At this time, a strange technique entered his mind. Han Fei's body tightened, and the beast transformation technique appeared in his mind. The Beast King roared, "Don't resist. This is the Beast King art, a secret technique of the Beast King Valley. You can transform into a beast body, which is beneficial to you." Han Fei calmed down slightly and didn't wake up until an hour later. Seeing Han Fei's stunned expression, the Beast King exclaimed, wondering why Han Fei, who was so naive, would show such an expression. However, this expression soon disappeared. In fact, Han Fei just thought of the fish transformation technique. However, this Beast King art was actually similar to the fish transformation technique. But in fact, these two techniques were fundamentally different. To be precise, this Beast King art was equivalent to a transformation technique. However, there was a limit to this transformation technique. Han Fei couldn't directly become a kind of creature. If he wanted to transform into a beast, he couldn't simply change into their appearance. He had to understand their fighting style. In addition to the transformation technique, one of the stronger abilities of the Beast King art was to stimulate his remaining combat power in advance. It could make his body bigger and stronger. This was also the reason why those powerhouses could easily transform into giants that were hundreds of meters tall. It was equivalent to a machine with only 20% of its normal power. But with this technique, it could directly become 100%. The consequences could be imagined. It was equivalent to the explosion of a small universe. When Han Fei remembered all this, the Beast King nodded slightly with satisfaction, exhaled white gas from his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Disciple, I've taught you a lot. Remember to live in harmony with the beasts in the future." Han Fei scratched his head. "Okay." The Beast King laughed. "Go. In the next year, when you walk out of my Beast King Valley, you can go to the territory of those old beasts and learn the Beast King art and the 100 Beast Soul Suppression Roar." The Beast King waved his hand, and Han Fei disappeared. When Han Fei reappeared, he found that many apes and monkeys were looking at him. Some monkeys were sitting on trees, eating bananas. Some were hanging upside down on trees, and some were looking at him curiously. And most of the apes were holding giant sticks, their chests heaving as if they were going to fight with Han Fei. However, Han Fei suddenly frowned. Why is this place so familiar? He looked back and saw a huge stone seat not far behind him. Subconsciously, Han Fei looked at the top of the mountain not far away and found that there was a cliff there. On the cliff, a set of very familiar stick techniques were engraved. Monkey King, 3,000 strikes. Han Fei murmured to himself. He didn't know why he said this word. Anyway, he just said it subconsciously. Huh. A big ape roared and pointed to a hidden Fisher-level ape. He's here. You go and have a try. Let the human have a taste of our 3,000 devil sticks. With that, the big ape looked at Han Fei. Human boy, although you are my king's disciple. However, it's not easy to walk out of the Beast King Valley. It's even more difficult to walk out of the territory of those old beasts. You have to fight. Oh, fight, fight, fight. On the trees in all directions, the little monkeys and big apes shouted one after another. They all ate bananas and watched the show, seeming very excited. The ape that was pointed at was already a law enforcer. He glanced at Han Fei and said, not very fluently, Human, let me try. Can you do it? Huh. The ape leaped into the air with the stick in its hand. The big stick was bent and smashed straight at Han Fei. Han Fei held the stick given by the Beast King in his hand and subconsciously fought back. Clang, clang, clang. There were many ways to fight with sticks. The ape didn't use a big move at the beginning, but habitually used various techniques, such as hitting, lifting, chopping, covering, pressing, sweeping, piercing, picking, lifting, pushing. Han Fei's footwork changed, and his body twisted unconventionally. He switched the stick techniques in his hand at will, as if he was very proficient in stick techniques. A big ape was surprised. This human is not bad. Has he learned stick techniques before? He looks very proficient. An old ape said, he must have learned them. Look at his stick technique. From exerting force to twisting his body, this boy's stick technique itself must be quite good. The Beast King was also watching this side at this moment. However, these techniques were not worth mentioning in his eyes at all. In the eyes of the strong, what were techniques? But they were all fancy things. As long as you were strong enough, you could deal with them with pure physique and reaction speed. When the monkey executed the Monkey King 3,000 staff strike, the waves instantly stacked up like tidal waves, layer after layer. In just a few seconds, Han Fei was blasted back. Just when the Beast King and the group of apes were triumphant, suddenly, they saw Han Fei's stick flying across the sky, and in an instant, hundreds of sticks were stacked. Hiss! How could this be? Why does he know the 3,000 sticks? The Beast King's eyes widened suddenly and then slowly narrowed. With his eyesight as a peak-level venerable, he could see at a glance that Han Fei was quite familiar with the 3,000 sticks. Although he didn't seem to be very proficient in it, it was definitely not the first time he had touched it. This kid really has a chance with my clan. It seems that he has already touched the 3,000 sticks in the future. No wonder. I feel that he has something to do with the beasts. The Beast King grinned. That's good. It would be even better if Han Fei had something to do with the beasts. However, the Beast King also frowned slightly. Han Fei might have learned the 3,000 sticks because of a chance. However, his own clan generally wouldn't teach it to outsiders. What kind of chance was it? Will he teach the 3,000 sticks to others? Second update. Please vote. Into this chapter. Chapter 11:27. Bam! In terms of strength, Han Fei was no longer someone that ordinary junior law enforcers could compete with. Therefore, after only 100 strikes, the ape was sent flying by Han Fei. Oh, our king must have taught this guy the 3,000 devil cudgel in advance. Our king is too ruthless. He wants to use this human kid to attack us. This kid is too strong, beyond the strength that a junior law enforcer should have. Get out of the way, let me do it. What do you mean? Let's go together. The monkeys who had been watching the fun just now, seeing that Han Fei won easily, couldn't bear it. The Beast King was grinning when he saw a group of law enforcer monkeys all pounce on him. The sky was full of cudgel shadows from all directions. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately activated the devil change technique, and the cudgel in his hand turned into a phantom. Clang, clang, clang. God knew how many attacks Han Fei had blocked in that instant. Han Fei's footwork had been exerted to the extreme. As a result, in an instant, he was hit by countless cudgel shadows. An ape shouted, "This human's physique is actually so strong. Use more strength." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. Energy gathered from all directions. The war body was activated, and a layer of red light appeared on the surface of his body. It was said that the cudgel could sweep a large area. However, in this case, that didn't exist. If it were an ordinary person, it might only take 1 second to be beaten silly. Han Fei didn't have time to attack at all, so he could only attack faster and faster. In the end, Han Fei just instinctively tried to resist. After a few minutes, Han Fei's war body was broken. His head was full of bumps, and his body was full of pain. At this moment, a large group of monkeys lazily became onlookers. A big ape shouted, "Human, did you see that? This is the power of the 3,000 devil cudgel of the Beast King Valley." Han Fei cast 2 divine healing techniques on himself, and after a few minutes, he got up, a little annoyed. "You guys, there are too many of you." A little monkey laughed in the tree and fell from the tree. A big ape roared, "This is how we fight in the Beast King Valley. Who asked you to be alone? In any case, you've lost." A monkey jeered, "You lost, you lost." To these monkeys from the Beast King Valley, there was no such thing as a duel. If they fought one-on-one with them every day, then how many of the beasts in the 100,000 mountains would be able to crush them? The Monkey King's 3,000 strikes was powerful, but it was only a technique. If creatures like the thunder leopard or the six-tailed white fox were to make a move, they might not even be able to swing their staffs before they were ambushed. Han Fei was silly. Even if he was angry, he would only feel depressed. So, when he recovered a little, he picked up the stick and said, "Again." After 100 minutes, Han Fei lay down again. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. The Beast King didn't care. He didn't expect these monkeys to fight Han Fei one-on-one. The reason why it was a one-on-one fight for the first time was that the monkeys were afraid that Han Fei would be killed. But after a comparison, they realized that Han Fei's physique was strong, his strength was fierce, and he could hit people hard. What scruples did he have? The Beast King couldn't help but shake his head. "I told you to walk out of Beast King Valley, not to fight with a group of monkeys." 7 days later, Han Fei was finally able to hold on for 5 minutes under the attacks of the monkeys. However, his silly brain was enlightened. He seemed to find that even if he exerted his strength to the extreme, it seemed that he couldn't withstand the attacks of so many monkeys. Even some explorer-level monkeys would sneak up and hit him a few times. This group of monkeys was not fighting at all. They were purely playing. It just so happened that Han Fei, with his stubborn character, didn't run away. If the monkeys didn't play with him, who would they play with? It was also on this day that Han Fei began to run away. However, the reason why he ran away was that he wanted to learn the soul-suppressing roar of beasts first, and then come back to fight with these monkeys. As a result, strange scenes would frequently appear in the Beast King Valley. Whether it was big or small monkeys, thousands of them chased after Han Fei. It was not just 1 or 2 at all, but a whole army. Every day, the happiest thing for the monkeys was to drag Han Fei back. In order to compete for the right to drag Han Fei, these bastard monkeys would also fight among themselves. At this moment, an old monkey dragged Han Fei, whose face was bruised and swollen, proudly. While dragging him, he shouted, "Female monkeys, do you think I'm powerful? With me here, he can't run away." Many female apes roared at the same time. Some threw fruits to the old monkey, and the old monkey accepted them all, thinking to himself, "I can win tonight." Those monkeys who didn't grab the right to drag Han Fei were full of jealousy, grimacing and secretly swearing. "Tomorrow, we must drag Han Fei back." And as the person involved, Han Fei had become the standard of strength for the monkeys to find a mate. It had almost become a habit. Han Fei, who was being dragged, occasionally scratched his head, thinking that he was not fast enough. So, he couldn't run away. Tomorrow, he would definitely be able to run away. It had been less than 2 months since he came to Beast King Valley. On this night, the moonlight was shining. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, which were obviously a little more lively. This was the 18th time he ran away at night, and the effect was remarkable. On the first day, he almost ran out of the Beast King Valley. This time, Han Fei cleverly judged the best escape route according to the sleeping position of the monkeys. And cleverly, Han Fei deliberately left an afterimage in place with the phantom glass wings. Then, he put on a layer of stealth array, soundproof array, breath-concealing array. After doing all this, Han Fei quietly left. Han Fei thought no one noticed him. Little did he know that several old monkeys at the explorer level had already discovered him. However, these old monkeys didn't make a sound and still slept lazily. After all, he was an explorer now. The little monkeys had had enough fun. They knew that it was time for Han Fei to explore the territory of other beasts. So, they didn't make a sound. It wasn't until Han Fei ran more than 500 kilometers away that a law enforcer monkey found that Han Fei was gone. Roar! The human ran away. Oh no, that fool has become smart. When did he run away? Go after him, whoosh! Whoosh! 2,000 kilometers away, Han Fei looked around vigilantly, thinking, I finally ran out. The surroundings were quiet. Han Fei scratched his head. He didn't realize that this was the closest place to the Beast King Valley. Therefore, this place could only be the territory of the strong. For some reason, Han Fei always had a creepy feeling, as if he was being watched by something. However, when he scanned with his soul, he found nothing. Even though Han Fei was a fool, he still found something wrong. This came from the premonition of danger. Sure enough, the void shook, and a huge palm slapped over. Han Fei's figure quickly flashed out. However, the claw mark behind him slapped again. Feeling that the strength of the claw mark was not strong, Han Fei turned around and counterattacked. In the blink of an eye, the cudgel technique overlapped. After breaking the claw mark, Han Fei found that it was only the power of a peak-level junior law enforcer. But in the next moment, the claw mark in the void turned into the power of an intermediate law enforcer and was smashed by Han Fei again. Then, Han Fei couldn't block it anymore. He already knew who it was. Who else could it be but the colorful tiger? After being slapped 7 or 8 times in a row, he saw a huge, colorful tiger walking out of the darkness. The Tiger King growled, Human, your realm is not high, but your physique and strength are not bad. It took you 2 months to run out of the Beast King Valley. It seems that you're not as stupid as the Beast King said. Since you're here, come with me. More than an hour later, the Tiger King took Han Fei to an unfamiliar territory. Han Fei was protected by the Tiger King's breath-concealing technique. The Tiger King said to him via voice transmission, I'm a half-step venerable. Today, I will teach you how to hunt. Night and breath concealing are the best disguises in the world. In a while, learn the art of breath concealment from this king. Han Fei scratched his head, but the Tiger King glared at him. Don't scratch your head. Don't make any unnecessary movements when hunting. So, one man and one tiger quietly crept to a corner of the mountains, only to see a giant bear leaning against a big tree, sleeping soundly. The Tiger King said to him via voice transmission, remember not to communicate with others when hunting. The strong will be able to grasp this point. After a moment, roar, roar. At that moment, the mountains were shaking and the trees were frightened. The Tiger King was running as fast as he could, shouting, Idiot, run. If it were the old Han Fei, he would have cursed at this moment. Why don't you take me with you? I've already been picked up. Where do you want me to run? The rampage giant bear opened its mouth and roared at Han Fei. Boy, that stupid tiger is stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Why are you sneaking up on me in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Swish. Han Fei drew a meteor in the sky, dumbfounded. He couldn't even open the phantom glass wings as if they were imprisoned, until he hit the ground with a bang. Han Fei, who was dizzy from the fall, opened his eyes, only to see the huge tiger head staring at him. The Tiger King said leisurely, Maybe the target this time is a bit strong, but it doesn't matter. I will take you to hunt white sheep. This time we can steal it. Han Fei nodded. Okay. A moment later, Han Fei was chased by 100 phantoms of giant sheep. He was hung on the sheep's horns, and his lungs were about to be pushed out. As for the colorful tiger, well, it was long gone. The next morning, the multicolored tiger appeared. It looked at Han Fei and said, I'm here to show you the different characteristics of different creatures. Okay, Let's have a formal training today. Han Fei scratched his head. Okay. The Tiger King said, don't scratch your head. That's what cats do. We are tigers. You lie on the ground. Han Fei. The Tiger King said, all 4 feet on the ground. Han Fei did the same, but he was slightly confused. Do I have to do this? The Tiger King said, come on, roar with me. Roar, Han Fei. Roar, BM. Han Fei was slapped to the ground. The Tiger King roared, did you not eat? What's wrong with your pronunciation? You have to gather energy and spiritual energy in your chest and lungs. Inhale like swallowing, exhale like puffing. Again. Han Fei lay on the ground solemnly. Roar, the soul-suppressing roar of beasts, was exactly the roar. Different creatures had different roars. However, when thousands of beasts roared at the same time, the roar could be used to kill souls. Once he mastered this technique, no matter what means Han Fei used, he could combine the roar of hundreds of beasts and kill souls with just one roar. In the daytime, he saw 2 idiots roaring. From time to time, the Tiger King suddenly slapped Han Fei away and shouted, momentum, it's mainly momentum. Although you're not a king, you have to have the aura of a king. Idiot, look, you have to look sharp. Otherwise, how can others be afraid of you? Although Han Fei didn't know what sharp eyes had to do with roars. Anyway, he would learn what the Tiger King taught him. At night, the Tiger King took Han Fei to sneak attack. The explorer-level creatures in the surroundings were annoyed by the sneak attacks of the man and the tiger. However, every time, Han Fei was the only one who suffered. The worst time, Han Fei was pushed into the sky by the one-horned rhinoceros. The scene was extremely bloody. However, the effect was still great. At least at this moment, Han Fei looked fierce, and his roar was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Many times, Han Fei felt that he was a fierce tiger. It could be said that he already had a good understanding of the tiger's habits, work and rest schedule, hunting methods, and so on. And the first imitation of the Beast King technique, which could also be called transformation, began. When Han Fei transformed, the beast watched. The furious giant bear exclaimed, this kid is a fast learner, but why does he look so much like a stupid tiger? Bai Yang snorted, how can they not look alike when there's something wrong with their brains? The 6-tailed white fox narrowed its eyes. Can he transform into a male fox? The beasts. Han Fei's body suddenly soared. His limbs turned into tiger claws, his body turned into a tiger's body, and his head directly turned into a tiger's head. Although his body shape changed, in fact, it was not the essence of his body that had changed. Han Fei was still the same Han Fei, as if he had put on a layer of tiger skin. Roar! Han Fei roared like a real tiger. The Tiger King howled, huh, did you all see that? I saw it. This is what I taught you. Bah! Roar! Humph! The Tiger King didn't care, but roared at Han Fei. Come on, you know the Beast King technique, right? I know it too. I'll suppress my realm and fight with you. Han Fei hummed. Okay. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw a big paw slapping at him. Bam! Han Fei was slapped away, and the Tiger King said, no secret methods. You can use the Beast King technique. Han Fei had long been used to the tiger's posture. Pouncing forward, he executed a tiger pouncing chain slap, a swipe of his claw across the air. To put it bluntly, it was all about digging. Roar! The Tiger King did not retreat a single step. His tiger claws struck out continuously. It was also a set of tiger pouncing chain strikes. However, at the same time, the Tiger King opened his big mouth and roared through the forest. Han Fei clearly felt that his soul was slightly stagnant. Then, with a bang, he was slapped away again. The Tiger King roared, I taught you the tiger roar. Do you think it's just a decoration? Han Fei didn't flinch and pounced on it again. When the 2 tigers fought, it depended on who would flinch first. All the beasts watched with relish. Unfortunately, neither of them was the flinching type. The Tiger King suppressed his realm, while Han Fei was invincible. Soon, the 2 tigers wrestled. Roar! Suddenly, Han Fei activated the Beast King technique, and all the beasts' eyes lit up. Even the Beast King's eyes fell on him. At that moment, Han Fei's body suddenly expanded to more than 50 meters. The Tiger King was disdainful and also activated the Beast King technique. The old bull said, "Now, let's see who can last longer." Han Fei, who had expanded to the limit, felt that his whole body was full of power. The power of his paw was probably about 5 times that of the previous one. After 100 seconds, the trees in the forest collapsed and branches and leaves flew everywhere. The two tigers had slapped each other countless times. The Tiger King roared, "Did this kid use other means? How can he last so long?" At this moment, no one was laughing at the Tiger King. Instead, all the beasts were a little surprised. The surrounding energy and spiritual energy were crazily drilling into Han Fei's body. In the end, Bai Yang confirmed he has the swallowing technique. More than that, his spiritual heritage is too strong, and his body can naturally recover energy and spiritual energy. The Beast King said, "It's not surprising that this kid has the swallowing technique of the war giants." Hearing this, the Tiger King was furious. "No wonder. I like to see how long he can last." For the Tiger King, he could maintain this level of transformation for a long time. Because he was an explorer, he could absorb spiritual energy and energy. Han Fei opened his mouth and a light wave bombarded. The Tiger King smashed the light wave 3 times in a row. The Tiger King sneered, "I taught you that. Do you think you can beat me?" So, after 10 seconds, the Tiger King finally slapped Han Fei away, turning him from a big tiger to a small tiger. Lei Bao said coldly, "Stupid tiger, you lost. When you were at this level, you only lasted for 10 seconds. He lasted for 200 seconds. Huh. The Tiger King's body shrank, and he roared at Lei Bao. "I lost? Are you kidding me? I didn't even use my full strength." The furious giant bear said, "Let's go. I'll be the next one." Bai Yang had already turned around and left, and the elephant had already turned around. The Tiger King roared, "Hey, what's wrong with you? This tiger was going easy on you back then, this tiger." The Tiger King stared at Han Fei, who had turned into a human. "Do you believe me?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Yes." The Tiger King glanced at Han Fei speechlessly. What a fool. His IQ is much lower than mine. In the following year, Han Fei learned to be a furious bear from the rampage bear, became a cold sheep with the white sheep, became a ghost in the night with the thunder leopard, and almost mastered the iron head art with the single-horned rhinoceros. Most terrifyingly, Han Fei really became a male fox. So he was slapped by the 6-tailed white fox every day. The reason was that Han Fei was slapped by him was that he was a human, not a real fox. Among them, Han Fei felt that he was most suitable to be an elephant. It only took him less than 5 days to learn the shape of an elephant. Of course, this was learned from explorers. If he learned it from those law enforcers, his speed would be much faster. Usually, it only took him about 3 days. Because of the limited time, Han Fei didn't really learn all the beasts. And there were definitely more than 100 kinds of beasts in the Beast King Valley. However, Han Fei had learned all of the strongest creatures from them. During this period, Han Fei had been thinking, why hasn't Shimin Linglan come yet? Until a year later. Oh, Han Fei roared in his human form. His roar was like a thunderclap, and the sound waves rolled between heaven and earth. Within a kilometer, the rocks were unharmed, but the trees withered in the blink of an eye. The phantoms of hundreds of beasts stepped in the air, roaring ferociously. The Beast King's voice sounded leisurely. "You've learned the 100 Beasts soul suppression roar. Come back." The Beast King was very satisfied with Han Fei's performance. However, he wasn't satisfied with the 100 Beasts soul suppression roar. In fact, Han Fei still lacked a lot of sounds. The real 100 Beasts soul suppression roar was like an explosion, and hundreds of beasts roared in the sky. That was the real appearance of the 100 Beasts soul suppression roar. The Beast King was satisfied that in the past year or so, Han Fei had mingled with the beasts and even regarded himself as a member of the Beast Clan countless times. So, the involvement was naturally very deep. He was sure that the relationship between Han Fei and the Beast Clan was already inseparable. If the Beast Clan was in trouble in the future, Han Fei couldn't sit back and do nothing. After all, that would be harmful to his moral heart. When Han Fei returned to the Beast King Valley, he immediately found Shimin Linglan, who was running away. Obviously, Shimin Linglan had never succeeded. Just like Han Fei, she was dragged on the ground by the ape and became a way for the ape to show off. Shimin Linglan was about to collapse. The Beast King told her that as long as she walked out of the Beast King Valley, she could find Han Fei. In the end, he had already been on the run for 9 months and had yet to escape more than 500 kilometers from Beast King Valley. Shimin Linglan said angrily, "You cheated. There are so many of you. How can you catch me?" De Yuan was proud of himself, his face full of disdain. Back then, Wang Han also ran away like this. He took 52 days. Shimin Linglan was speechless. Every time she said this, she was speechless. But how could she compare with that idiot? That idiot was a peerless genius. Roar! Shimin Linglan only heard a roar. The next moment, Shimin Linglan saw the ape that was dragging her fly away. At some point, Han Fei had already picked himself up. At this moment, Han Fei's eyes were fierce, and he was staring at the ape fiercely. Idiot! Shimin Linglan quickly turned Han Fei's head and said, I'm fine. I'm just cultivating. I don't blame them." However, the great ape let out a strange cry. Oh no, Wang Han has returned from his studies. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the depths of the forest. Howling, howling, howling. A large group of apes rushed over with sticks, ready to fight Han Fei. Just as Shimin Linglan was about to tell them to leave, the Beast King suddenly said, All right. My children, come back. This kid has mastered the 100 Beast Soul suppressing roar. You'll get hurt if you keep fighting. 100 Beast Soul suppressing roar. Shimin Linglan was stunned. What kind of spell is that? It turned out that Han Fei was not here because he had gone to practice this technique. The Beast King's big hand appeared and grabbed the two of them. He saw the Beast King sitting calmly on his stone throne with his legs crossed. He thought to himself, this brat hasn't recovered his spiritual sense during this period of time. It seems that I'm worried too much. The Beast King said in a booming voice, Little girl, not everyone can walk out of my Beast King Valley. It's your ability to walk out. Not everyone is qualified to cultivate the 100 Beast Soul suppressing roar. It's his destiny to learn it. You can't learn it. Shimin Linglan pursed her lips and cupped her hands. Senior Beast King, I'm already satisfied to learn the 3,000 magic sticks. The Beast King nodded slightly, then looked at Han Fei and said seriously, Wang Han, there's something you have to know. Keep it in mind. Han Fei immediately stood still and looked at the Beast King. The Beast King looked to the east and said, The Beast King went to the east in search of miracles. I'm afraid he has already died. There may be a terrifying place in the east. You must be careful of the east in the future. Shimin Linglan didn't understand. Beast King? What kind of existence is that? Han Fei's soul trembled. Beast King, why do I seem to have heard this name before? The Beast King waved his hand and looked at Han Fei. Okay, your opportunity is over. Go find the heavenly crystal. When the Beast King said they could go, Han Fei's emotions immediately disappeared. He didn't want to stay here at all. He didn't know why. Chapter 1128. All the birds belonged to the Sky Clan and liked to live on the cliffs. All the cliffs in the 100,000 mountains were basically occupied by them. It was hard to find Tianqing. The Beast King roared and Tianqing took Han Fei and Wang Linglan away. For Shimin Linglan, it was impossible for her to receive the guidance of the venerable level masters in a short time. It was only because she tried very hard that she was able to receive some of the guidance, but she had already benefited a lot. At this moment, the two of them were standing on a towering mountain. With a serious face, Tianqing looked at the two of them for a while, only to hear Tianqing say, The Sky Clan, to this day, still have 2 techniques. One is the heavenly illusionary divine steps, and the other is the stars passage technique. Wang Han, you can learn both. Shimin Linglan, you can only learn the heavenly illusionary divine steps, and you can't teach it to others. Otherwise, I will come to you. Shimin Linglan was shocked. She knew that the venerable level masters were just teaching her, but she wasn't jealous at all. Anyway, in her opinion, there was no difference between teaching it to Han Fei and teaching it to herself. Besides, even if they were willing to teach her, she might not be able to learn all of them in just 1 year. For example, she got the war god hammer from the war giants, but she could only swing it twice, but she had already learned a lot. For example, she could only use the 3,000 magic cudgels, but she couldn't even get out of the Beast King Valley. Han Fei didn't notice it, but when he heard the words Star's Passage Technique, his eyes flashed. Tianqing looked at Han Fei. Does Han Fei have some connection with the Sky Clan? Out of curiosity, Tianqing pointed to the mountain in the clouds in the distance and said, Han Fei, fly there, and then back as fast as you can. Han Fei scratched his head. Okay. Swish. He spread the phantom glass wings, activated the devil change, and activated the agility of wind. Swish. Bam. Han Fei broke through the sound barrier and disappeared from Shimin Linglan's sight. The latter slightly opened her mouth. So fast. Tianqing's expression didn't change at all. He shook his head slightly. Although Han Fei's speed was not slow, he didn't see the slightest trace of the Sky Clan skills. Suddenly, the heavenly crystal saw that Han Fei continued to accelerate in the air, so he cast a speed array on himself. The heavenly crystal noticed that Han Fei's flying method had also changed. Although it was a kind of rapid movement technique, and although this kind of technique was only suitable for traveling in a straight line, it did have a trace of the divine movement technique. Immediately, Tianqing confirmed that Han Fei indeed had nothing to do with the Sky Clan. However, someone had observed the heavenly, illusionary godly walk and captured a trace of its charm. That was why Han Fei could travel in such a hurry. Regarding this, Tianqing did not take it to heart. Even if Han Fei had all the opportunities, it couldn't compare to the heavenly, illusionary divine walk. However, once he learned the ethereal steps, he might be able to unleash his speed to a terrifying level. Even the heavenly crystal was a little curious. If Han Fei learned the heavenly oasis divine walk, coupled with his secret techniques and arrays, his speed would probably be comparable to that of a half-step explorer. The reason why he was a half-step explorer was because once he became an explorer, he could no longer be measured by speed alone. At that time, the speed at which they could shatter the void was beyond the comprehension of the enforcers. Swish! Like a flash of light and shadow, when Han Fei stood on the top of the mountain again, Shimin Linglan had just breathed for 3 seconds. This made her feel very uncomfortable. The distance between the two mountains was more than 100 kilometers, right? And only took him 3 seconds? Tianqing said lightly. There's nothing to be surprised about. After learning the heavenly, illusionary divine walk, 1 second is enough to cover such a distance. And the stronger you are, the faster you will be. Shimin Linglan felt her scalp go numb, and she clicked her tongue. Tianqing was probably the only one who could say this. Tianqing said, "Let go of your soul resistance. I will teach you the technique." 2 feather-shaped fingers pointed between Han Fei's and Shimin Linglan's eyebrows. At that moment, Han Fei only felt that the light and shadow in his mind were changing. The so-called heavenly, illusionary divine walk turned out to be related to space. When traveling in a hurry, it allowed itself to fly between illusion and reality. The so-called air resistance at that moment disappeared. It was not only terrifying. This kind of technique would have strange energy in the illusion, which could actually propel itself forward. Under the dual effects, its speed could be pushed to the extreme. After an hour, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan opened their eyes one after another. Tianqing said lightly, "The so-called heavenly, illusionary divine walk is actually not as real as what we see with our naked eyes. Under reality, there is chaos and nothingness. There, you can't even judge the concept of time. What you have to do is to find that feeling of nothingness. The space in front of you is not purely real. When your speed reaches a certain level, you will realize the boundary between reality and illusion, which is the heavenly, illusionary divine walk. If you want to enter this state, you must first reach an état." Tianqing's voice was cold and emotionless. However, every word he said was imprinted in the minds of Han Fei and Shimin Linglan. Shimin Linglan didn't feel anything because she couldn't rely on her own imagination to understand this mysterious thing. But Han Fei was different. The realm of nothingness appeared in his mind. For example, the starry sky of the sea-quelling painting and the forbidden soul space of the sky meditation garden. Those places changed the rules of time. However, his memory was incomplete, so he could only think of such a scene, but couldn't remember anything. However, there was still a difference between having experience and not having experience. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he seemed to understand a little bit, but also a little bit, so he couldn't wait to try it. Tianqing waved his hand and said indifferently, "Sky swimming, swallowtail, come here." Chirp, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan saw two flashes of light, one after the other, cutting through the sky like two flashes of light. Especially the ray of light in front of him, which cut through the sky, creating a shadow that was both real and fake. Han Fei suddenly covered his head and subconsciously said, "Sky swimming falcon." Tianqing suddenly looked at Han Fei. However, he immediately calmed down and thought to himself, "This kid, it seems that he also interacted with the Sky Clan in the future. In that case, in the future, my Sky Clan still continued to exist." Shimin Linglan hurriedly held Han Fei, her eyes complicated. It was impossible for Han Fei to have heard of a creature that she had never heard of. This could only mean one thing. In Han Fei's memory, there was the memory of the sky swimming falcon. Chirp! At this time, another big bird with a white head and a black body also landed. In contrast, the speed of this swallowtail was much slower. Tianqing said, "The sky swimming falcon is one of the fastest birds of prey in the Sky Clan. With a complete inheritance, the sky swimming falcon is comparable to a legendary creature below the explorer level. Once it breaks through the explorer level and awakens its bloodline, its speed is comparable to that of an ancient mutant. Legend has it that in the Age of Gods, the strongest sky swimming falcon was comparable to a divine beast. Wang Han, your task is to simulate the flying posture of the sky swimming falcon and try to catch up with it." After speaking to Han Fei, Tianqing pointed to the swallowtail and said to Shimin Linglan, "The swallowtail kite is famous for its elegance and agility. Its highest speed when hunting is comparable to that of a sky-surveying golden eagle. It is impossible for you to catch up with a sky-swimming falcon of the same realm. So, the swallowtail kite is your goal, but it is also very difficult. Catch it first and practice flying skills." After Tianqing finished speaking, he said to Swallowtail Kite, "Take her to practice first." Shimin Linglan glanced at Han Fei and knew that Tianqing wanted to teach Han Fei the star-shifting technique alone. She didn't want to disturb him, so she jumped down and chased after the swallow-tailed kite. After Shimin Linglan left, Tianqing said lightly, "You should have seen the sky swimming falcon, but I don't know if you have fought with it before. If you have, you will find that the sky swimming falcon can perform the star-shifting technique in a small range. This technique can ignore the rules of space and help you escape from the cage and the situation of certain death. However, the star-shifting technique is not complete. If you want to achieve the real star-shifting technique, you need to control it for a certain amount of time. You don't need to understand it now. You just need to remember it. Go, come back in 3 months, and I will teach you the star-shifting technique." The sky-swimming falcon tilted its head and glanced at Han Fei. "If you catch up with me, I will treat you to fish." Han Fei was irritated by the sky-swimming falcon's provocative tilt of its head. He didn't know why he was irritated. In his mind, a scene of him fighting with the sky-swimming falcon appeared. Swish! Han Fei quickly grabbed the sky-swimming falcon, but the latter's figure flashed and appeared 100 meters away. Tianqing said lightly, "Wang Han, except for speed, you are not allowed to use unconventional means to fight." Tianqing could see it clearly. Of course, he knew that the sky-swimming falcon was no match for Han Fei in the same realm. However, in terms of speed, Han Fei had little hope of winning. Swish! Swish! A bird and a man flew out one after another and suddenly disappeared into the vast clouds. For some reason, Han Fei felt a little angry when he saw the sky-swimming falcon and wanted to catch it very much. However, when he ran at full speed, he found that he was still not as fast as this bird. The sky-swimming falcon's voice was imprinted in Han Fei's mind. "Idiot, if you want to catch up with me at this speed, you will never be able to do so in your life." "Huh!" Han Fei roared. For a time, a strange scene appeared in the 100,000 mountains. The man and the bird chased each other. Every time they passed over a mountain, a large number of birds took off. In the sky, the golden eagle hovered and the giant eagle chased. On the cliff, thousands of birds fluttered their wings and all kinds of voices were shouting, "Fly, fly, the human is so fast. No matter how fast he can't compare with the sky-swimming falcon." But after chasing like this for half an hour, the anger in his heart disappeared, as if it had dissipated. His eyes were still dull, and Han Fei's flying posture was more and more like the sky-swimming falcon. The sky-swimming falcon screamed, "Learn from me? Humph, it's useless. You still can't catch up with me." No matter what kind of technique, as long as there was a way to learn it, progress was inevitable. On the path of cultivation, as long as one concentrated on practicing most of the techniques, one could always make some achievements. There were also a few techniques, such as the indestructible body, which were extremely difficult to practice, and the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance, which was extremely difficult to comprehend. The difficulty of practicing the heavenly, illusionary divine walking technique was not mainly in flying. In terms of flying skills alone, it only took Han Fei half a month to be almost as good as the sky-swimming falcon. Therefore, in the next period of time, this man and the bird almost flew over most of the 100,000 mountains. They even flew over the war giants, the Beast King Valley, and the Demon Plant Forest many times. And Han Fei also had some understanding of the so-called real situation. This was like a strong man stepping on the void. When the speed was extremely fast, Han Fei often ignored the time. And at this time, the picture in Han Fei's eyes was also different. It was like the space was distorted, or some special lines appeared in the space. After 2 months of chasing, Han Fei had entered the state of selflessness several times. At that moment, he had forgotten that he was chasing the sky-swimming falcon, but kept flying in a certain direction, and the sky-swimming falcon was chasing him or watching him. On this day, Han Fei once again entered the state of selflessness. It was as if he could see flowing lights and vibrant colors in the illusion. Even Han Fei himself didn't realize that his speed was almost several times faster. The sky-swimming falcon had been following him. Anyway, its task was to teach him how to fly. Could he comprehend it? It depended on Han Fei. But as it flew, the sky-swimming falcon's face suddenly changed. "Not good. Stupid Wang Han, stop. We're flying in the wrong place. Stop." However, Han Fei had already entered the state of selflessness. In the same realm, his speed was not slower than the sky-swimming falcon at all. Therefore, the sky-swimming falcon couldn't stop him for a while. In the distance beyond the 3 mountains, there was also a towering mountain. That was the first peak of the 100,000 mountains. It was extremely steep and could be said to reach the sky. At this moment, within a radius of more than 30 kilometers, the wind and rain were blowing and thunder was rumbling. Swish! Surprisingly, Han Fei had been alternating between illusion and reality. But suddenly, a dark void appeared in front of him. Han Fei plunged his head into it. When Han Fei plunged into the void, he instantly came back to himself. Did he just tear the void apart? But he had no experience. Whether it was before or now, Han Fei had never stepped into the state of nothingness. Now that he had come in, he didn't know how to get out. In this void, the only difference was that there was a light spot in front of him. Instinctively, Han Fei went straight to the light spot. Swish! When Han Fei appeared again, he found himself on a mountaintop. Around the mountaintop, the wind and rain were blowing, and occasionally lightning flashed across the sky. In front of him, there was a big red tree. The tree was more than 10 meters high, and its leaves were like red ribbons, drifting in the wind like algae in the ocean. Under the tree, there was a strange man with a human body, a goat head, and a foxtail. This person had 2 horns on his head, and his hair, eyebrows, and beard were all very long, but he looked extremely young. On his shoulders, there were bone spurs protruding from his flesh, like two small wings in front of him. A pair of gray wings were folded behind him, and a long tail was casually dragging on the ground. At this moment, this person was smiling and looking at Han Fei. Han Fei scratched his head, not knowing what to say, so he just looked at this person. After a while, this person said in a warm voice, "Sure enough, your soul is in chaos and your divine sense is sealed. Young man, if you don't mind, can I take a look at your soul?" Han Fei took a step back slightly. He had never seen this person before, so he subconsciously rejected him. Tianqing's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing Tianqing, Han Fei was relieved. Tianqing glanced at the strange man with a complicated expression. "You can't peek at his soul. It is protected by a powerful soul treasure. If you peek at it forcibly, I'm afraid his soul will be crushed directly." However, the strange man said, "I'm the same as you. I can just peek at it. At most, I will make him vomit blood." Tianqing nodded slightly and said to Han Fei, "Disciple, don't worry, he won't hurt you." Hearing Tianqing's words, Han Fei was slightly relieved. When the man stretched out his finger, Han Fei only felt a very gentle force on his forehead. This time, he didn't vomit blood. Before Han Fei could react, the strange man had retracted his hand. The strange man took a few steps, stood on the top of the mountain, looked up at the sky, and let the sharp rain beat on his body. At that moment, Han Fei inexplicably felt a sense of loneliness. This man was very lonely. After a long time, Tianqing said, "How is it?" The strange man shook his head slightly. As he said, his soul treasure is indeed powerful. However, only from a trace of scattered memory fragments, the human race still exists. However, the great path is incomplete, so it will be more difficult for him to become a king. Tianqing's eyes narrowed. "What about the other races?" The strange man said lightly, "Although this man is a heavenly talent, his foundation is extremely young. He hasn't come into contact with the other races yet. However, I feel a trace of weirdness from him." Tianqing asked, "What?" The strange man said leisurely, "Luck and ominous." Before Tianqing continued to ask, the strange man continued, "To be precise, he should not be qualified to come into contact with ominous things. But through this ominous thing, we can probably infer that there are still strong masters above the king-level fighting in the future." Tianqing sighed slightly. "So, there are still no clues about the gods?" The strange man nodded slightly. "Yes. Okay, you can take him away. However, once this person becomes a peak-level law enforcer, he will be protected by his soul treasure and can't be sealed. With his level 9 spiritual heritage, even if he doesn't cultivate, his growth speed will not be slow. Even if you suppress your realm, you won't be able to suppress it for more than 50 years. Tianqing nodded slightly. "I see." Han Fei didn't understand a word. It seemed that they were talking about him, but why? He didn't know. When Tianqing took Han Fei away, the sky's swimming falcon rushed over. "King, are you okay?" Tianqing shook his head. "I'm fine. Wait for me to teach him the star's passage technique. You can continue. This time I will fight." The sky-swimming falcon was relieved to hear that. In the 100,000 mountains, the only mountain that couldn't be approached was the highest peak. This time, he was too muddle-headed. He didn't notice it in advance and almost got into trouble. Han Fei suddenly asked, "Who is he?" Tianqing glanced at Han Fei slightly. "You are really curious. You can't suppress your curiosity even if you seal your soul sense. He is an ominous son of God, the strongest master in the 100,000 mountains, who can fight against 4 gods." Han Fei's eyes showed a trace of surprise. One person can fight against 4 gods? How strong is he? But Tianqing also said lightly, "However, his path is blocked. Therefore, he has no hope of becoming a king. In the future, when the Beast King becomes a king, he will no longer be the strongest." Han Fei asked, "His path is blocked?" Tianqing said with a little regret, "Wang Han, there are gods in this world. The Son of God is just the continuation of the bloodline of the gods. When the gods fall, the great Tao disintegrates and destroys their path. In this case, unless he recultivates and opens a new path, it is possible to break through and become a king. However, the world is turbulent and there is no time left for him. Han Fei didn't understand. However, he didn't ask again, as if this was too far away from him. Han Fei's heavenly oasis divine walking technique was not really at his fingertips. However, he had already mastered it, and the rest was just a matter of practice. When the star's passage technique was transmitted, Tianqing said lightly, "Don't use any secret methods. When you can meet the sky's swimming falcon with your speed, that's when you can master it." Compared with Han Fei, Shimin Linglan's speed of comprehension was much slower. It was not until the 8th month that Shimin Linglan finally mastered the selfless state and entered the heavenly oasis divine walking technique. After that, the swallow-tailed kite no longer cared about Shimin Linglan. So, on a high cliff somewhere in the 100,000 mountains, Shimin Linglan was cultivating alone. In the past 3 years, she had indeed learned a lot. At this time, she looked at the man and the bird who were infinitely twisting the space and the void from time to time. She would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. However, Shimin Linglan knew that it was too difficult. Not everyone could do it. Even Han Fei had been fighting this kind of high-frequency space chase for half a year, and he hadn't even touched the sky's swimming falcon yet. The 10th month. The sky's swimming falcon shouted, "I warn you, don't use other means. I am watching you. Once you use other means, I will tell the king." The void around Han Fei was twisting. With a swish, his body appeared in front of the sky's swimming falcon. The space around the sky's swimming falcon changed almost at the same time. But this time, as soon as the sky's swimming falcon appeared, it saw that Han Fei appeared almost at the same time as it did, and his fingers had already grabbed its feathers. How is this possible? The sky's swimming falcon screamed. When it took a closer look, it found that the one chasing its figure turned out to be a clone. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," the sky swimming falcon screamed. "You cheated. We agreed not to use other means." Shimin Linglan laughed on the top of the mountain. This is not a trick. This is his flashing ability, which is also a kind of speed. The sky swimming falcon snorted and shouted, Wang Han cheated. He cheated to win." Tianqing grunted and lightly said, "Okay, if you want to be shameless, then be shameless. You just need to learn the star passage technique." Tianqing stepped on the top of the mountain. "Let's go to the demon plant forest. Remember, don't eat spiritual fruits. Don't eat anything." Han Fei scratched his head. "Okay, first, asking for votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 1129. The territory of the demon plants covered the entire 100,000 mountains. However, the territory of the demon plants almost occupied the 3,000 peaks in the south of the 100,000 mountains. In the 100,000 mountains, the territory of the 4 venerables was the largest, the Sky Clan was second, the Beast Clan was third, and the War Giants were the smallest. The Sky Crystal didn't send Han Fei and Shimin Linglan off. When the two of them came to the demon plant forest, they felt their blood freeze. Shimin Linglan grabbed Han Fei's hand and didn't let go. Last time, she was directly taken into the depths of the demon plant forest by the water fairy. She had never met so many creatures. This time, she saw a lot of demon plants and insects that she had never seen before. The two of them first passed through a land full of thorns and vines. Then a lot of mushrooms, man-eating flowers, and exploding fruits appeared. The creatures that appeared were mostly centipedes, spiders, ants, moths, and so on. In terms of species, there were too many of them. There were also a lot of human-faced ladybugs and 2-headed bugs. Of course, these insects were actually nothing. When Han Fei and Shimin Linglan passed by the spiritual orchard, many strange-looking fruits opened their mouths, revealing their mouths full of sharp teeth. Some fruits looked extremely creepy like insects. For some reason, a fat man appeared in Han Fei's mind. It was the fat man who often appeared in his dreams. The fat man was talking to himself. "Han Fei, I'm being chased by fruits." Han Fei scratched his head, but he didn't remember anything. Fortunately, all the demon plants and insects didn't attack Han Fei and Shimin Linglan. Along the way, The two passed by the territory of spiders, the butterfly valley, and the worm cave. In the end, they walked into the normal demon plant forest. The first one they encountered was a heavenly red hibiscus. This heavenly red hibiscus was much larger than the one that Han Fei killed in the remote wilderness jungle. It seemed to have received instructions, so the heavenly red hibiscus didn't even release its pollen. It just let Han Fei and Shimin Linglan pass by. Then, Han Fei saw a mess of giant demon plants, such as nine-headed snake grass, huge sunflowers, sky-purple bamboos, and heavenly vines. In the end, they seemed to have reached a place that Shimin Linglan was familiar with. Han Fei was pulled by Shimin Linglan to run to a big river. Shimin Linglan said, "Senior, we are here." After a few dozen breaths, the calm lake's surface began to swell. A huge white lotus emerged from the water and bloomed. The water immortal's body was graceful and graceful. She stepped on the air and walked towards the shore step by step. Shimin Linglan was envious of water deity's elegance. Once upon a time, when she was young, she had also learned it. However, ever since she left the great desolate village with Han Fei, the former heavenly talent of a large clan had become a wild girl, competing with wild beasts for food. She was no longer the same as before. Water deity glanced at Han Fei and smiled. In another year, I should be a peak-level junior law enforcer. Shimin Linglan sighed inwardly. I didn't slack off either. Now, he was only a peak-level hidden fisher. Even so, under the nurturing of the four venerables, his speed was already unbelievably fast. However, she admitted that she was still far inferior to Han Fei. The water deity did not continue this topic. Instead, she smiled and said, "Along the way, you should have seen countless living beings. In the 100,000 mountains, and even in the entire world, the demon plants had the most tenacious vitality. Even if the 100,000 mountains were destroyed by the sea, the demon plant clan would not be completely wiped out." Han Fei was listening carefully, but Shimin Linglan was puzzled. In that case, why did the demon plants fight against the sea demons? Water deity walked on the grassland full of tender leaves and continued. "However, the demon plants on the land and the sea demons are different, after all. Everyone has chosen a different path. Since you've chosen it, you have to continue." Then, water deity stopped sighing and said frankly, "Wang Han, I don't have anything to teach you. However, I can teach you some principles and teach you some demon plants." "Lessons?" Han Fei said subconsciously. "Isn't this a lesson? It seems that no matter where you are, you need to have lessons." Water deity smiled. "Yes. The first lesson is that the demon plants are one of the creatures with the most vitality in the world. For ordinary human venerables, 5,000 years would be the end of their lives. But for the demon plants, this period might be 10 times longer. Moreover, different demon plants aged at different speeds. In the age of gods, there were demon plants that lived for millions of years without dying. This is the demon plant. Millions of years." Shimin Linglan swallowed her saliva and thought to herself, "Isn't it meaningless to live for so long?" Han Fei's reaction was much calmer. He just nodded. A white lotus condensed on water deity's fingertip. It was fresh, pure, and flawless. She handed the white lotus to Han Fei. Han Fei took it in confusion. In the next moment, the white lotus suddenly dispersed. Han Fei's face tightened. In an instant, his palm was covered in blood. Some of the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Shimin Linglan hurriedly said, "Healing." Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on himself and looked at water deity in confusion. The latter was looking at him quietly. Don't underestimate the power of the demon plants. In a sense, it's very difficult to kill a powerful demon plant. However, they can easily kill you. Han Fei nodded slowly. Got it. 1 year later, the giant king city. When water deity took Han Fei and Shimin Linglan to this giant city again, the three venerables were all there. The reason why they gathered here every time was that the beast king, Tian Qing, and water deity didn't have a place to meet people. Only humans knew how to build houses. Although the war giants were giants, they were also humans. The giant king clapped his hands and laughed. Wang Han, you made great progress in the past few years. Have you learned everything you need to learn? The Beast King raised his head and said, Anyway, my Beast King Valley taught me well. The giant king mumbled, Are you saying that I didn't teach you well? Tianqing interrupted, You learned well. Water Deity pointed with one hand and isolated Han Fei and Shimen Linglan in the water prison. Then she smiled lightly. Let him break through. The giant king frowned. Didn't you say to suppress him? Tianqing said lightly. He won't be able to do it for long. He won't be able to suppress him for more than 50 years. Not only will his spiritual sense be suppressed, but his soul will also recover. Water Deity nodded. You've given him too many things in the past few years. Even if he doesn't want to improve, his spiritual heritage is too strong, so his strength will certainly improve. Now, he is already a peak-level junior law enforcer. If you don't mind him breaking through to become an intermediate law enforcer on his own, you can continue to suppress him. Tianqing said no. If he breaks through on his own, his spiritual sense will be awakened. If he breaks through on his own, who will seal his spiritual sense? The Beast King muttered, Actually, it's fine if we don't seal him. Is it just to let him stay in this era for a few more years? He can't find the answer he wants, can he? Water Deity smiled and said, Not necessarily. In fact, even if we don't seal his spiritual sense, his soul will still be damaged and will only repeat in dreams and reality. Now that he is close to the threshold, it's better to help him break through and become an intermediate law enforcer. At that time, it will be up to him to awaken his spiritual sense. Besides, if we help him break through now, his self-protection ability will be stronger. Water Deity paused. Besides, finding the answer to the war between the human race and the sea demons is not necessarily his purpose of coming here. Otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to go back long ago. He comes from a human race, but hasn't had much contact with a human race. Instead, he stayed in the 100,000 mountains for so long. Don't you have any doubts? Tianqing nodded. Yes, compared with the 100,000 mountains, the human race seems to have a harder time. The giant king hummed. Then make a breakthrough. I don't mind. Anyway, he will leave sooner or later. The four of them reached a consensus. After removing the water prison, Water Deity flipped her hand and handed over a spiritual fruit. Water Deity said, Shimen Linglan, go out. Wang Han, eat it. Shimen Linglan had long been used to it and ran out of the palace, grunting. Han Fei glanced at her and then took the spiritual fruit. About an hour later, the tide of spiritual energy on Han Fei's body calmed down, and he opened his eyes. At that moment, a lot of images intertwined. When the images subsided, Han Fei's spiritual sense returned to his eyes. Han Fei smiled bitterly, got up, and cupped his hands. Junior Han Fei greets the four masters. The giant king buzzed, his face overjoyed. Oh, you remember? The Beast King said excitedly. What do you remember? Han Fei smiled helplessly. Well, I don't remember much. Except for my name, I roughly know where I came from. Tianqing asked, Who sent you here? Seeing the four venerables looking at him, Han Fei smiled bitterly. Well, I seem to only remember the first half of my memory. Everyone sighed. I knew that his memory hadn't been fully restored. Water Deity said, What about the future? Han Fei habitually scratched his head. In the future, there was a big floating island suspended in the sky. Ordinary people went to sea by flying boat and made a living by fishing. Some human masters drew a trial place in the sea, which was called a fishery. It followed the current level system. Well, it seems that after reaching the hanging fisher level, you have to go to a place called the unknown place to fight. I forgot about this place. Tianqing was surprised. In the sky? An entire island suspended in the sky? How'd he do it? Han Fei shook his head. I feel that I can remember, but I can't. Water Deity said, It's good enough that he can talk to us normally. This matter must have been designed in secret, and I'm afraid the rules of the Great Path won't let him say it. Otherwise, it may directly affect the future. The giant king hummed. I don't care about that. Let me ask you, are the war giants still around? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. The Beast King roared, What about the beasts? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I feel that I've met them somewhere. The Beast King breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, Han Fei said again. I remember the Sky Clan, but they are few in number. I don't know if there are any parts that I can't remember. As for the Demonic Plant Clan, most of them are sea demonic plants. However, I always feel that I have missed something. Oh, by the way, Masters, the world where I live should be very small, only occupying a corner of the sea. I haven't been further. Tian Qing asked, are there many kings in the future? Han Fei said resolutely, no one in the world where I live can become a king. Han Fei remembered this because it was branded in the depths of his mind. So serious? The four venerables looked at each other in bewilderment. Although it was difficult to become a king, it shouldn't be that there was no one who could become a king in the entire world, right? The Beast King muttered, no wonder. I see. I'm afraid this kid is here to find a chance to become a king, right? Everyone was silent, as if they were thinking about how to become a king in this age of doom. In fact, Han Fei had already remembered a lot of things. In a blur, he could even remember that he was pricked by something which caused his soul to be in a mess. He was almost sure that as long as his strength broke through another level, his soul could be restored to at least 80%. Han Fei was puzzled by the floating stone's forgetfulness. Its name seemed to be on the tip of his tongue, but every time he wanted to say it, he forgot it. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked, and he hurriedly asked, Masters, is this the real world? The four of them, Han Fei had a guess. Was he in some kind of illusion? The Beast King smashed the rod on the ground. F***CK. I've taught you for so long, and you ask if this is the real world? If this is not the real world, is it fake? Do you think we are illusions? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. You're right. At least, in his memory, everything that happened in this world was extremely real. Every scene was vivid in his mind. But if this was the real world, was it because some kind of power was restricting him from changing this world? Han Fei was not sure. He glanced at the door with a complicated look and sighed. It seemed that he could only wait for the next breakthrough to see how much he could remember. The Giant King buzzed. Boy, do you still want to seal your spiritual sense? Han Fei hesitated. This time was different from last time. Last time, when he recovered his spiritual sense, he remembered very few things. But now it was different. He had already remembered a lot. While Han Fei was hesitating, the Water Fairy said, For what you said, you should be a very independent person. If you keep your memories, it may be you leading Shimin Linglan outside for a period of time in the future. If you continue to seal your spiritual sense, then Shimin Linglan can only lead you. Do you know what you're going to do next? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Suddenly, he paused and looked out of the door. It should be to help her get revenge. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the hall. Continue to seal. This boy is just a passerby here. He just needs to watch and listen. The 100,000 mountains and he are destined to meet. So he came. The human woman is also destined to meet him. So there must be something between them. He can only follow and promote this period of history, but he can't interfere on his own. Otherwise, the great Tao will investigate and this boy will be doomed. Divine Son, Han Fei was taken aback. Is there such a saying? The Giant King buzzed. That seems right. He knows too much about the future. If he causes any trouble, it will be very bad. The Beast King roared. That's fine. You can still slack off. Cultivating in an ignorant state will actually make you more focused. The Water Fairy said lightly. In fact, the news that Han Fei revealed has been very useful. The floating island may be our breakthrough point. The Heavenly Qing nodded slightly. Yes, but how to float? This is a problem. Leave it to me. I'll deal with the human race and the Blackrock City. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Han Fei wondered if his appearance had changed a lot of things. The Giant King buzzed a few times. Boy, I'll seal your spiritual sense. After a while, Han Fei's eyes became dull again. The Beast King frowned and said, I'm going to find the Divine Son. The Water Fairy said, I'm going to take a walk in the world. In any case, I'm afraid we still have to fight the Sea Clan. If we don't have the secret of floating on land, we can only do it in the sea. Swish, swish. The Heavenly Qing The Beast King and the Water Fairy disappeared one after another. The Giant King was left behind, howling alas. What about these two boys? The Water Fairy's voice echoed in the palace. Wait until we come back. The Giant King muttered, then blinked his eyes and suddenly pointed his finger at Han Fei, knocking him out. Seeing that no one was around, the Giant King quietly took out a small bottle and muttered, "It's not easy to find the secrets of this world. No matter what, I must maintain the bloodline of the god of war." The Giant King separated a wisp of his soul, wrapped this small bottle, and directly sank into Han Fei's body. The Giant King's voice sounded in Han Fei's ear. "If you become a venerable, you'll naturally find it. At that time, if there are still people of my clan, you must help me pass on the bloodline of the god of war." The Giant King chuckled. After all, among the four people, he was the smartest. He proudly felt that he was also a human being, and his IQ couldn't be lower than that of a monkey, a bird, or a flower. Han Fei smacked his lips. He probably didn't hear it, because he was sleeping soundly. Half a month later, Shimin Linglan took Han Fei to the previous battlefield, which was the seaside hunting. Because there were no attacks from the Sea Clan, there were only the War Giants and the Sky Clan who hunted nearby. Shimin Linglan dragged a big squid and walked up from the sea. "Idiot, let's eat this for lunch." Han Fei scratched his head and chuckled. Okay. At noon, Han Fei was making teppanyaki, focused and serious. Shimin Linglan suddenly said, "Idiot, when do you think I will become a law enforcer?" Han Fei looked up at Shimin Linglan and smiled foolishly. "Soon." Shimin Linglan sighed leisurely. "Idiot. In fact, I have always known my path. From the day I was kicked out of the Shimin family, I knew it." Han Fei raised his head and looked at Shimin Linglan as if feeling that this was the time to listen. Shimin Linglan said lightly, "I didn't tell you before because you didn't understand. Although you can't understand it now, I always feel that such a comfortable life is too strange. Since we entered the jungle of the far wilderness, we have never lived such a comfortable life. I always feel that it is not real. I am afraid that it will break at any time." Seeing Han Fei looking at her, Shimin Linglan smiled lightly. "Actually, let me tell you a secret. My real spiritual heritage is actually very high. Isn't level 8 high quality very high?" Han Fei nodded quickly. A trace of hatred flashed in Shimin Linglan's eyes, but was snatched away by them. "My mother gave her own spiritual heritage to me. Otherwise, I would have died. As a result, I didn't die, but she died." As if feeling Shimin Linglan's sadness, Han Fei reached out and touched Shimin Linglan's head. Shimin Linglan smiled through tears, grabbed a squid tentacle, and stuffed it into Han Fei's mouth. She said, "Forget it. I won't talk to you about this. It's good if you live like this every day. I don't want to take revenge anymore." At night, in the starry sky, the stars were twinkling. Han Fei and Shimin Linglan stared at the starry sky with their eyes wide open. They remembered that the last time they closed their eyes to sleep was in the War Giants. Once they were outside, the two of them didn't feel sleepy. It was a good life to hunt during the day and look up at the starry sky at night. However, hum, all of a sudden, Han Fei's whole body tightened. He sensed that a huge wave broke out on the sea. Huh! In the distance, a war giant roared. "What's going on?" Someone picked up a mace. "Is there a war again? Come on, inform our people." Chirp, in the sky, hundreds of birds took off and rushed into the 100,000 mountains. A war giant who was on guard on the coast roared, "Everyone, prepare for battle." However, when the tsunami was 500 kilometers offshore, Han Fei and a strong man were surprised to find that the sea monsters didn't attack the island. A strong man's face changed slightly, and he cursed in his heart, "Not good. It's a battle between venerables." The appearance of tsunamis was mostly caused by the movement of the Earth's crust and strong kinetic energy. When the first tsunami came, the second wave followed closely behind. Immediately afterward, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and thunder rumbled in the sky. This scene lasted from midnight to noon the next day. At this time, war giants stood on the coastline, the sky monsters hovered, and the demon plants formed a sea of demon plants again. Boom! In the sky, red light filled the air, and the heavy rain was sharp. An explorer-level strongman said in a trembling voice, "A venerable has fallen." Boom, boom. 3 beams of red light split the sky in a row, and the rain turned from red to dark red, as if there was blood dripping down. Everyone was shocked. In just a few seconds, 3 venerables had fallen. It could be seen how fierce the battle in the deep sea was. Han Fei's body was tense. He liked the giant king very much, so he was very worried at this moment. Ximeng Linglan knew what Han Fei was thinking, so she grabbed his hand and comforted him. "Don't worry, Master and the others are so strong. They will be fine." This kind of battle was not something ordinary people could touch. In the evening of the next day, the rain was even fiercer, and as many as 8 bright red cracks appeared in the sky, which meant that 8 venerables had fallen. Suddenly, a boundless roar came from the sky. "Divine Son, you will pay for what you did." Slash! A cold and ruthless voice echoed in the void. The next moment, another venerable fell. In just one day, 9 venerables fell. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years. Ximeng Linglan looked at Han Fei. For some reason, she felt that this matter was not ordinary and seemed to have a lot to do with Han Fei. Subconsciously, she held Han Fei's hand tighter. Boom! In the distance, a pair of big feathers covered the sky, crossing the sky and crashing straight to the 100,000 mountains. Chirp! At that moment, thousands of birds flew into the sky and turned into streams of light. King! It was none other than the heavenly crystal. On the back of the heavenly crystal, there was another person. Who else could it be but the giant king? However, at this moment, the 2 of them were in a terrible state. Half of the heavenly crystal's wings were cut off, and the big feathers on his body withered, leaving only about half of them. The giant king was even worse. He had lost an arm and a leg. At this moment, he was carried by tens of thousands of birds in the sky and slowly landed. "King! King! King!" Countless people were roaring and rushing there. Han Fei and Ximeng Linglan had already rushed over. Before they arrived, Han Fei began to use the divine healing technique on the 2 of them. F***, I'm dead, I'm dead. The giant king lay on the ground, his mouth still spewing blood, his voice buzzing. The heavenly crystal also turned into a human form, his face still cold. However, he looked like he was going to faint at any time. Han Fei had anxiously cast dozens of divine healing techniques. However, the wounds on the 2 of them didn't get better at all. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. It was the divine prince with a sheep head, a human body, and a foxtail that Han Fei had met once. At this moment, the divine prince's body was shining with golden light. He grabbed with one hand, and endless energy from the void poured into the giant king and the heavenly crystal. He glanced at Han Fei indifferently. "Put away your healing technique. Venerables can be reborn from a drop of blood. This kind of injury has the rules of the Great Path. You can't cure it." Second, please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:30. Feeling that the surroundings were too noisy, the Divine Son carried the 2 of them in each hand and disappeared into the void. The War Giant Tribe and the Sky Tribe could be seen running madly towards their own territories. Han Fei looked at his hands blankly and then ran all the way to the King's City with Ximeng Linglan. The Giant City, because the closest city was the Giant King's City. This was also the place where the 4 venerables usually met. So, Han Fei's first thought was to come here. Sure enough, when Han Fei arrived, giants stood all over the mountains and plains. The giant priestess was praying for blessings. In the sky, there was a dense mass of the Sky Clan. Spirit plants covered the entire mountain and plains surrounding it. F***, get out of my way. Don't make any noise here. When Han Fei arrived, he saw the Beast King standing on the platform of the King's City fiercely and scolding. When he saw the Beast King, Han Fei was relieved. Fortunately, the Beast King was fine. Seeing Han Fei rushing over, the Beast King didn't stop him. He just stared at him and said, "Don't make any noise." In the palace, the Divine Son was saving people. The Giant King and the Heavenly Crystal could be seen, but the Water Fairy was gone. At this moment, Only a white lotus and a ball of white light could be seen. Nothing else could be seen. Han Fei hurriedly ran to the Beast King. Although he didn't know what to say, he just looked at the Beast King. Seeing Han Fei's anxious eyes, the Beast King snorted slightly. They're not dead. This time, it was a sneak attack. The 100,000 Mountains joined forces with the human venerables and the strong masters of the Blackrock City to sweep the sea and find the secret. This battle was a great victory, but the sacrifice was not small. The Blackrock City and the human race each lost a venerable. The fairy lost 2 incarnations, and her body was destroyed, but she can reassemble them. This is the unique ability of the demonic plant clan. Old Goo and the heavenly crystal were seriously injured by the laws of Tao. They can recover in 100 years. 100 years? Shimin Linglan exclaimed subconsciously. The Beast King glanced at the two of them. What you two know? This battle can set the trend for at least 500 years. We bought at least 500 years. Han Fei scratched his head, not understanding. The guy who was called the Son of God looked back and said, You two go to sea. Fortuitous opportunities were everywhere in the sea region. If there were no surprises, the humans would have already begun to move. In times of chaos, it is the best opportunity to rise. The Beast King breathed heavily and looked at Han Fei. Disciple, from today on, you need to suppress your level. Don't break through unless it's absolutely necessary. Shimin Linglan was stunned. Huh? Why? The Beast King snorted. There's no why. It's only good for you. In addition, the sea region is in turmoil. You humans are the most prone to internal strife. Be careful. Go. I don't have time to teach you anything in the 100,000 mountain range for now. With a wave of the Beast King's hand, Han Fei and Shimin Linglan appeared in a forest. In the giant king city's palace, the god sun said indifferently, Have you found that levitation technique? The Beast King grunted, No, Tianqing and I searched everywhere, but we couldn't find it. The god sun nodded. What I'm thinking is that it's not that he can't remember, but that it's because of the restrictions of the Great Way. Logically speaking, even those above the king level can't cross the river of time with their real bodies, not to mention that he told us this secret. The Beast King frowned. What do you mean? The godson said leisurely. He may have come here as a wisp of his soul. This is easy to guess. However, he can reveal the secret of the future. This is very likely to mean that there is something wrong with the village in our era. Or there is something wrong with Han Fei himself that he doesn't even know. Shimin Linglan's face was a little pale. She didn't expect that this day would come so soon. So suddenly, she had thought that it would be good if she could live in the 100,000 mountain range. After all, the Sea Tribe and their fates weren't something they could control. But everything happened too fast. A war broke out just like that. In just 4 years, there were 2 wars, and a large number of venerables died. Shimin Linglan knew that the real chaos was coming. So many venerables had died. Even if it was the sea race, they should also be in a mess. Besides, so many venerables had died. It was impossible that no ordinary creatures had died. It could be said that in the sea at this moment, there were a lot of opportunities left behind. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to fight for them. Han Fei was still looking back in the direction of the giant king city. Shimin Linglan took a deep breath. Idiot, let's go. We don't belong to the 100,000 mountain after all. It's time to leave. Han Fei scratched his head. Are we coming back? Shimin Linglan said resolutely. Yes. When we become strong, we will come back. Chirp, as the two talked, a large number of birds of the Sky clan broke through the sky and rushed to the sea. Shimin Linglan murmured, Even the 100,000 mountain range is going to fight for opportunities. We can't be slow. When the two came to the seaside, they found that some spiritual plants were trying to spread into the sea. It should be noted that most spiritual plants actually couldn't enter the sea. After all, the sea and the land were 2 different states of life. But at this moment, they were testing. Moo! Some scattered beasts were also going out to sea. The easiest one was Old Cow, who led Neo and Neo into the sea. At that moment, the spectacular scene of creatures entering the sea made Shimin Linglan's heart skip a beat. This was a chaotic world. Although she was not a heavenly talent like Han Fei, she was also very powerful. Han Fei clearly felt that Shimin Linglan was a little strange. The surrounding spiritual energy was gathering. Han Fei looked up and found that there was a dense aura emerging. A law enforcer? Even though Han Fei hadn't awakened his spiritual sense, he could still make a clear judgment. Immediately, Han Fei set up a spirit-gathering array and tried to absorb spiritual energy from all directions. Shimin Linglan stood on the edge of the cliff, and many scenes appeared in her mind. The scene where her spiritual heritage was extracted, the scene where her mother died, the scene where she was kicked out of the Shimin family, the moment when she decided to take Han Fei to the remote wilderness jungle with her. Countless moments of life and death. What was it for? The spiritual energy vortex condensed, and Shimin Linglan's upper body floated in the air. Her aura kept rising. At that moment, Han Fei felt a sense of unwillingness, resentment, and strong killing intent. After a full hour, 2 machetes appeared next to Shimin Linglan's hands. They were illusory and strange, full of killing intent. Shimin Linglan's voice was cold. Law enforcer, blade of vengeance. Han Fei felt that Shimin Linglan had changed at this moment. In the past, Shimin Linglan didn't have a chance. Therefore, Shimin Linglan was the stubborn Shimin Linglan who only knew how to shout. But at this moment, after 5 years in the remote wilderness jungle and 4 years in the 100,000 mountains, she was qualified to take revenge. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei and grinned. When I finish this journey, we'll go back to the 100,000 mountains and never leave again. 1 month later, City of Yu. Everyone, including the great desolate village, went out to sea to search for treasures. Countless people found that the ordinary creatures in the sea were getting stronger. It was time for them to fight. Outside City of Yu, there were many deep-sea ports with ships. Every day, ships of all sizes went out to sea more than 100,000 times. The resource-plundering war had begun. In the outer sea, there was a medium-sized ship with a hull of only 100 meters. On the ship, there were more than 30 hidden fishers and 3 law enforcers. At this moment, a law enforcer shouted, "Have you found it? The remains of the Tao-seeking state sea monsters must be nearby. Attention, everyone, 5 people in a group. Explore the surrounding 500 kilometers. Remember to pay attention to any traces of a race. If these strong masters didn't die directly, they would protect you. Don't be careless." Suddenly, a law enforcer said, "Wait a minute, I sensed 2 people, 2 law enforcers." The corners of a young man's mouth curled up. Surrounded. Since they didn't find us, it means that their strength is not beyond the realm of intermediate law enforcers. Heh, 2 people dare to look for Tao-seeking state sea monsters? They are really brave. Brothers, surround them. Maybe they have found a way out. Another law enforcer licked the corner of his mouth. The 3 of us will stall these 2 first. The others, when the battle starts, immediately surround them. On the other side, Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei. "Idiot, are they here?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Are they here? Attack them?" Shimin Linglan said, "Attack them all. This is the Shimin family's ship. I've been looking for it for a month and finally found it. I can't let it go." When Shimin Linglan left, she was still a child. Now, nearly 10 years had passed, and she had grown into a tall and fierce girl. The newcomers were extremely fast. They crossed 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The young man in luxurious clothes said arrogantly, "What are you looking for? Tell us, and we will help you find it." The other put down the armor box. "Hey, you dare to go to sea with just 2 people? Well, hand over all your resources, and we can let you go. After all, we are all human beings. We are very open-minded." Their eyes fell directly on Shimin Linglan. Because Han Fei was too ordinary, and his eyes were dull, they thought he must have been scared. Suddenly, the figure of the extremely ordinary young man shook slightly, and a person appeared in his hand out of thin air. The man's arms had been broken, and his neck was grabbed by Han Fei, hanging in the air. He was already half disabled. The expressions of the young man and the armorist changed drastically. How was it possible? How could an intermediate law enforcer instantly fall into the hands of the young man? Crack! Crack! At this moment, the sound of bones breaking came from afar. What? How is it possible? The two of them were shocked. When did the battle start? When did it stop? Why was there no trace at all? The sound of bones breaking didn't come until their companion was disabled. Are you kidding me? Shimin Linglan's eyes were cold, and two machetes appeared in her hands. Shimin Yu, Shimin Lianfeng, your memory seems to be bad. The young man's face changed greatly. Who are you? You know that we are from the Shimin family of Yu City, but you still dare to attack us? Do you know that if one of us escapes from my ship, you won't be able to escape? Ha! Ha ha! Shimin Linglan's voice was low and deep. She sounded like a big sister with an evil aura. Her indifferent voice was cold and murderous. My brothers, don't you recognize me? I am Shimin Linglan. Shimin Linglan? Shimin Yu and Shimin Lianfeng looked at each other with astonishment written all over their faces. Shimin Yu's eyes narrowed. You're not dead yet? Shimin Linglan said leisurely. My two good brothers, do you want me to die so badly? Oh, when I had the Spirit Meridian, you complimented me a lot and even bought me a lot of delicious food. However, after that, you forced my mother to give me her Spirit Meridian and forced her to die, didn't you? Shimin Yu was shocked. He quickly retreated and shouted, Run! However, before Shimin Yu could retreat more than half a meter, he felt his scalp go numb. It was as if a terrifying attack was coming. Then, he felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His spine was broken. Roar! Shimin Lianfeng was prepared to run with Shimin Yu. He wanted to use the torrent of swords and sabers to stall the two of them for a while and buy himself a chance. However, before he could open his armor box, it was pressed down by a hand. Then, he felt that half of his body was completely paralyzed. Half of his bones seemed to be broken, and he lay directly on the sea. It was too fast. Shimin Linglan's eyes were a little resentful. In fact, she wanted to take action herself, although it might take her a while to fight. However, she didn't tell Han Fei in advance. And Han Fei just felt that the other party was a threat, so he took him down easily. At this point, all three of them were lying on the ground. The total time of the battle was less than 1 second. But Han Fei didn't kill them because Shimin Linglan didn't tell him. At this moment, he grabbed the legs of these two people and dragged them towards Shimin Linglan, just like how Big Ape dragged him. Shimin Yu and Shimin Lianfeng were stunned. What happened just now? They didn't know. Anyway, they were lying on the ground. It was even faster than summoning their spiritual beasts. Is this guy an explorer? Shimin Linglan smiled bitterly and said coquettishly, Idiot, leave one for me. Han Fei left the two of them, chuckled, and scratched his head with his hand. Shimin Linglan smiled at Han Fei helplessly, then lowered her head and squatted down. You should have killed me too. Shimin Yu said in horror, Linglan, you know this has nothing to do with us. It's Shimin Lai. He ordered everything. I'm your brother. Why would I want to kill you? Shimin Lianfeng also calmed down and was also frightened. Linglan, let us go. If you want revenge, I'll help you. Puff. The scimitar slashed angrily, devouring souls. A horrified phantom disappeared into Shimin Linglan's scimitar. This was the blade of vengeance. The path of vengeance was to kill those who deserved to be killed and destroy their souls. It was extremely cruel. Seeing this scene, Shimin Yu shouted in horror, Shimin Linglan, you can't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. Anything. I'll snatch it. Now it's a chaotic world. I'll snatch it for you. However, Shimin Linglan's scimitar had already pierced into Shimin Yu's body, and she said calmly, there shouldn't be big clans in this world. Cultivation, just cultivate. Why do we need those filthy big clans? I know you too well. If you turn around, you'll go back and tell the old man in your clan, right? Besides, you're too weak. Puff. The remaining hunter was terrified. I'm not from the Shimin family. I'm just Puff. Shimin Linglan didn't even listen to him. She killed him and then said, I have to let people know. From now on, anyone who dares to be with the Shimin family will die. In the distance, the hidden fishers who had just rushed over were stunned. How long had it been? 3 law enforcers were gone? Many people fled in panic. However, Shimin Linglan didn't chase them. These people would spread the news. After doing all this, Shimin Linglan's hands were a little trembling. She turned around, looked at Han Fei, and buried her head in Han Fei's chest. Idiot, do I look like a bad guy at this moment? Han Fei could feel that Shimin Linglan's body was trembling slightly. She seemed to be very sad. He reached out and rubbed Shimin Linglan's head. Soon after, the sound of crying was heard, rippling on the quiet sea. On the Shimin family's ship, more than 20 hidden fishers were controlling the ship to escape. There was an array on the ship, which had been fully activated at this moment to prevent Han Fei and Shimin Linglan from attacking. There were also more than 10 people who were not from the Shimin family, so they directly fled in different directions. They rolled their eyes. If such strong masters jumped over the ship, not to mention running away, they would all die. It wasn't until they were 2,000 kilometers away that the people on the ship all breathed a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. The 3 law enforcers were killed before there was even any commotion from the battle. Someone shouted, "Go back quickly. Don't hunt for treasures anymore." They even dare to attack the people of the Shimin family. The outer sea is no longer safe. As soon as this person said so, he suddenly raised his head and saw a man and a woman standing on the mast. F***ck, the man shrieked, "Run quick!" In the blink of an eye, the group of hidden fishers abandoned the ship and directly jumped off. It wasn't until they rushed far away that someone looked back in fear. Seeing that no one was chasing them, he roared, F***ck. How did they pass the ship formation? I didn't feel anything at all. What kind of strong masters are those 2 people? The Shimin family was in an uproar. 2 heavenly talents of the family were killed in the outer sea in full view of everyone. How could they not be angry? Bastard, who the hell are they? You bastards. Why did you run away without even letting me know who they are? Master, they're too strong. We can't match them at all. Bam! The man was slapped away, and a middle-aged man suddenly stood up. Do you all think that anyone can bully our Shimin family now that our patriarch is injured? Third brother, go and find him yourself. I don't believe that in the end, who has the guts to ride on my Shimin clan's horses? An elegant man got up. Leave it to me. Even if I encounter an explorer-level powerhouse, they may not be able to stop me if I want to come back. 3 days later, a scholarly man and as many as 8 law enforcers stood on an empty ship. The group of people stared at the words on the sail, frowning. The 4 big words, "blood for blood," were written on the sail, and it was signed by Shimin Linglan. Third Master, this must be a trick played by someone with ulterior motives, right? Yes, Third Master. How could it be Shimin Linglan? Her mother only has a level 5, high-quality spiritual heritage. If we give it to her, she will only be demoted, not upgraded. Besides, it's been less than 10 years. It's impossible for her to become a law enforcer. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. Didn't they say it was a man and a woman? Maybe that woman has found a backer. In this vast sea, it was not easy to find 2 people. The point was that they didn't even have a ship. They were too mobile. If they were 2 ordinary people, it would be fine. However, these 2 people had learned the heavenly void divine walking technique. If they really wanted to sneak attack, the people of the Shimin family would have to stop going to the sea. Half a month later, on a 1,000-meter-long ship of the Shimin family, 4 junior law enforcers, 2 intermediate law enforcers, 2 advanced law enforcers, and more than 30 hidden fishers were all killed. In the end, none of those who were let go was surnamed Shimin. As soon as this matter came out, Yu City was in turmoil. This matter had already become the hottest topic among treasure hunters. Someone sighed. The Shimin family, who did they provoke? Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. 8 law enforcers were killed just like that. How long will it take to train them? Someone shook his head. This matter is probably related to the internal disputes of those big clans. See, this is definitely not the last time. Someone sneered. That's good. The resources have all been robbed by those big clans. Why don't we pretend to be them? In fact, there are not many people who are really vigilant in times of peace. Although the battle between the Venerables had been settled for 500 years. However, the internal battles of the big clans had never stopped. Therefore, for many days in a row, almost all the ships guarded by the Shimin family strong masters were slaughtered. Every time a ship was slaughtered, the words "blood for blood" would be left on the sail, and the signature would be Shimin Linglan. Another half a month later, Shimin Linglan was standing on a ship of the Shimin family that had been slaughtered. More than 130 people on the ship were all killed. Most importantly, a peak-level law enforcer was slaughtered. Shimin Linglan knew that person, the third butler of the Shimin family. 10 years ago, he had already become a peak-level law enforcer. This time, he probably came out to find someone. Shimin Linglan snorted angrily. These damn bastards, I didn't do it. However, they deserve it. Evil big clans. Han Fei looked at the words on the sail and scratched his head. Shimin Linglan's expression changed. A peak-level law enforcer died. It must be the work of an explorer. We were used. I'm afraid this time, the Shimin family will send out all the strong masters. Suddenly, Han Fei pinched his fingers subconsciously. Almost in an instant, Han Fei grabbed Shimin Linglan and left. His speed was extremely fast. He activated the demonic transformation, the phantom glass wings, the agility of wind, and the heavenly, ethereal, godly movement art. In the next second, a middle-aged man tore through the void and looked at this scene coldly. Then his eyes flickered, and he looked in the direction where Han Fei and the others left. Good. I want to see who it is. Amidst the storm, Shimin Linglan said, Idiot, we are still weak now. Although you are very strong, we are still no match for an explorer-level powerhouse. So, I want to go into the deep sea. Han Fei chuckled. All right. Shimin Linglan let out a long sigh. Idiot, you only know how to say yes. Going to the deep sea was still very dangerous. Although the battle between the Venerables had just erupted and too many oceanic clan powerhouses had fallen, however, it didn't mean that the Sea Tribe had retreated. We are, in fact, gambling. For some reason, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and chuckled. Let's do it. Shimin Linglan smiled. All right, let's take a gamble. I didn't expect that even revenge would be used by others. Since we can't take revenge ourselves, let's bet that we will become strong and seek the Tao. The third chapter. This is the fourth day in a row. In the past few days, I have an average daily average of 20,000 words. This month, my scalp is numb. I will leave in about 3 days. Very soon, end of this chapter.